real quick.
That's not fully correct, but go ahead.
Yeah. So what American Dream is asking is in the body of the legislation, the text itself. He wants it to be demonstrated where race in. Now I'm gonna cite
Your
the three
connection
fifths
is
clause,
bad
and he's
still.
gonna he. Y'all can
Your
hear me?
connections, yeah, we can hear you, but it's going in and out. So, hey,
I'm breaking up. Yeah, I'm
contrarian,
in
he's
a.
Okay, can you hear me?
All right, I'm gonna
This
get
is
back.
Brother
Y'all
Ray.
go ahead.
Okay, so
okay. Contrarian, mute your mic.
yeah, I feel sorry for you. The problem is then we need to read the Constitution.
Who you feel sorry for?
The three-fifths clause, Article 1, Section 2, counted three-fifths of all other persons, right? The slave trade clause, Article 1, Section 9, right, block Congress from prohibiting the migration or importation of such persons, right, meaning the transatlantic slave trade before 1808. The Fugitive Slave Clause, Article 4, Section 2, required that persons held to service or labor who escaped be returned to their enslavers. The Constitution is not colorblind.
It's colorblind in its writing. It's not colorblind in its writing. That's the safest way I could possibly put it.
But when
Because
you,
there's not a lot of discussion of race.
but I just said Fugitive Slave Clause, Article 4, Section 2.
I'm answering because I know for Dream, I'm not really answering literally. I agree with you. I'm answering Dream because I'm kind of already trying to head off pause his response when we say that it's not. Because then what I've been in this argument with other people, and they'll say you can't find race in it. So I've had this conversation before, specifically about it. I've said what Chef said, I've said what you said, and then they'll go right back into race. And that's why I'm saying the word race or the colors and this, that, and the other, while you can say it's written, quote unquote, colorblind, like Reggie said, like Chef said, the Constitution originally in its practice was to protect a specific class of people. So in its practice, it was not colorblind. Hopefully I just said it a little different so we can have a better conversation.
Well,
what's up, brother Reggie?
Thank you, Brass. How you doing? The 15th Amendment does mention race, color, or previous conditions of servitude. On the face of the text, forbidding states to deny voting rights on this ground. So you can't say that it is not that the Constitution is in fact colorblind, because it in fact does mention connections to slavery, and directly the 15th Amendment says race, color, or previous conditions of servitude. So though they are giving certain rights, forbidding states to deny voting rights, but the Constitution is race conscious.
That's a good word. I like the way you put that. That's a damn good word. I just know in the original 1787 Constitution, a lot of it is persons, other persons type shit. I'm not gonna say it's very misleading, but the overall tenor of the document is persons. They kind of try to get away from.
Yeah, and
go ahead, Dream. What you want to say, by the way?
No, I want to see the problem with cherry picking arguments like Dream is doing. He's not looking at the laws preceding the Constitution, and he's not looking at anything after the Constitution. He's going to look at one document and then say that it is colorblind because he doesn't see race. But the amendments is part of the Constitution. If you want to argue the original Constitution, that's moot, because the amendments extend the Constitution and clarify their thinking. So this is a sensible argument if that's what you are arguing. I just turned on. And the last thing I want to say.
No, that's a good assessment though, Reggie. That was that actually was you definitely gave clarity. That's hell yeah. The amendment showed that the Constitution is not color fucking blind, or they're definitely conscious of race. So I don't even know why we acting like it's just a pristine document without, acknowledgement of race and the issues of America.
American dream.
Yeah,
right. Y'all may want to pardon me, but y'all mentioned the 3/5 thing, and that's not in the Constitution anymore. What was the other thing? Because y'all seem to be mentioning stuff that's not even.
Dream. We're talking about the original. The conversation was about the original document. That's what Haskell was discussing.
Right, but the ruling that Clarence Thomas made, was not based on the original document, it's based on the Constitution as it is. And if he says the Constitution is not colorblind, say again?
Are you saying, so you're saying not then? Your argument is that the Constitution is colorblind now.
Yeah, and even the 3/5 stuff, even if we're going to say the 3/5 stuff was based on race, it was for black people's advantage. Like, black folks wanted to only count as 3/5 back then because it was about representation in Congress, and they didn't feel that being slaves, that if they were going to be a slave, they shouldn't count as one person. They wanted to not. They wanted to count as less than one person. It was to black people's advantage. So to use that and say it's racist against black people is a little bit misleading. And I think that kind of goes for it.
It was to the planters' benefit, not to the black person. And what you're arguing about,
it was
that was insane. That was insane.
It was to the South.
You gotta let them. I'm learning from you, Chef. You just gotta let them go sometimes.
Let me just be clear. The South wanted blacks to count, each black person to count as one person, because they wanted more representation in Congress. So the South wanted their slaves to count as a free person. But the North's position was like, not if they're slaves. The North's position was either free them and count them as one person, so y'all get that representation. But unless you free them, they're not going to count as a full person because you're not treating them as full people. And so that was the North's position, was they shouldn't count as a full person because you're treating them as slaves. But the South wanted. The South. Let me just say one last sentence. The South wanted their cake and eat it too. They wanted to have slaves and count them as a free person, and that's not fair. And that's what the 3/5 thing was about. So it was to the advantage of blacks to be counted as 3/5 at that time.
For who? Not for blacks.
For black, because if black people are counted as 3/5, it weakens the South, and black folks wanted the South to be weak because that's how slavery ended.
No, it was to the benefit of white men with property and power, and those in the North.
That is an amazing reverse Udo there, American Dream. I never heard that one. Right. That's a good one.
No one says
I'm saying it, but it's everybody says that, Reggie. Reggie, what are you talking about, Reggie?
What about it? No one says it's a benefit to blacks.
Okay, Reggie, then you don't know your history, bro.
Oh, this is Brother Reggie. I think I do.
I mean, your engineering degree may not apply here, Reggie.
I'm 61 years old. I have more
so when the South was weakened politically, did that stop them from succeeding, bro? Did that stop them from waging war, declaring war on the U.S. and killing the most American American citizens in any war in American history? Like,
I don't know if they waged the war. Truest, I don't know if they waged. I think it was the North that waged the war against them.
Yeah, but by them succeeding, right? By them succeeding, that was an act of war.
Okay.
By who succeeding?
Okay. Let me
do you think the South won the war?
Okay.
No, I said by them succeeding from the Union.
Succeeding.
Yes.
I thought you said succeeding.
Yes,
okay. They're succeeding did what?
Succeeded.
Okay. Wait. You're going over an important point. Okay, American Dream. Show
I'm
me.
trying to figure out what
No,
Shua's point
American
was.
Dream.
Though.
Okay, what I'm saying is that despite them being politically weakened, it did not stop them from taking the actions they did that led to a civil war.
Yeah, but you're glossing over.
Yeah, they were weak, and the way they wanted to prevent being weakened was by seceding, because they felt that when they seceded, they could do whatever the hell they wanted to do. So that's why they seceded, because what the North was doing was making them weak, and that's why they wanted to secede. So I'm not sure why you think that's a contradiction.
So that shows you saying that them being politically weakened, it didn't matter. They were going to still try to do what they wanted to do regardless.
That's not true, bro. If they had gotten their way with Congress, they would not have wanted to secede. The reason they seceded is because they weren't getting their way with Congress.
Saying. If they got in their way with Congress, they would have continued to try to do what they wanted to do regardless with black people. And they did it even though they couldn't win Congress. So like either way, it would have been the same end result of them still trying to oppress black people.
Okay. What
True, indeed. Like, but I'm not understanding how that negates anything that I'm saying.
Let me make this clear.
It required a war to stop it.
Say what? Say that again?
It required a war to stop it.
To stop what? To stop so the
South from oppressing black people.
Okay. I'm trying to tie it back into the 3/5 thing and why I'm trying to tie back in like exactly what your point is. Go ahead, Reggie, because I'm not really following what Lewis is saying.
Okay, so you said that people say that the 3/5 clause benefit black people. Can you give me some notable scholars that said that it benefited black people? Now there are commentators, but commentators don't necessarily matter. That's just commentary, opinion pieces. Can you give me a statement from a historian, a proper historian, that says that the 3/5 clause benefited black people?
Right off the top of my head, no. Am I going to go Google it for you? No. What I'm telling you is you just have to use your common sense. You just have to use your common sense, Reggie. I know you don't care about common sense, but sometimes you have to use it.
It's the fact that you cannot, but you said it, and then you continue, and then I ask you, and then you will not even Google it. You will just make your point.
No, you Google it, Reggie. You Google it.
No, I know that there is no proper historian that says that. So I don't have to, because I can, but there is no proper historian that
So Reggie, can I ask you a question, Reggie?
That's not mainstream. It's not a mainstream thought. There are commentators, which I just said.
Reggie, Reggie, can I ask you a question? Was it the North or the South that wanted blacks to count as 3/5?
It was the North.
The North. Was it the North or the South that wanted to free blacks?
Abraham Lincoln basically said he would not free one slave if he could save the Union.
War, Reggie, now you're evading. Was it the North or the South that went to war to free blacks?
No, I am. What I'm trying to say, it is generally the North wanted to break the power structure of the South. The South.
It wanted to free the blacks, right?
It was its bread and butter. You are thinking as if they were the North was morally connected to slavery. I mean, was against slavery. The North was not morally, because slavery did continue in the North, particularly like in places like New York, right? Even in Seneca Village, some people were servants and some people were slaves. The North's position was economic and control of the Union. It was not morally for slavery.
You cannot negate the morality of it, because The
No, I
abolition
can, and
movement,
I
Reggie.
just
Hold
did.
on, Reggie. Reggie, I'll let you speak. The abolition movement was a moral movement, and you cannot negate all of these abolitionists. Frederick Douglass himself was an abolitionist, and for you to say these abolitionists weren't trying to end slavery on moral grounds is kind of is ridiculous, Reggie. Is one
Oh,
thing to
no,
say.
it's
Is
not.
one thing to say. Hold on, Reggie. Is one thing to say their economic stuff outweighed their moral want and slavery, but to say they had no more moral views towards it, you're just rewriting history, bro.
No,
Like, how would
no,
you
I'm not.
explain Frederick Douglass?
What you're doing is moving the goalposts. We're talking about government, right? We're talking about government, elected officials, federal laws, the Constitution. We're not talking about the populace. We're not
Bro,
talking. We're
populace
talking
dictates
about
what the
the
government
Supreme
does,
Court.
isn't it? What I'm saying, but Reggie, don't governments respond to what the
Oh,
populace wants? You think
no,
government? You think if someone gets elected, don't people that get elected because the populace likes what they're saying, or because they say they're going to do what the populace wants? Isn't that how
often
government works?
often, don't you know the masses are asses? Have you never heard that? The fact of the matter is, there is the populace, right? And the populace has some sway. But what we're talking about is strictly government, legislation, constitution, laws. That goes into the Supreme Court. So if you wanted something, a win, you would try to go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court never had a case for the freedom of blacks, right, in its record. The Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, God, right, in law, never dealt with did deal with slavery. Slavery came about. The end of slavery came out because of a war, not because of the populace, not because of the Supreme Court, not because of uh, things that don't matter. So if you want to argue the populace and you want to argue the morality, even though there was some abolitionists, there were many abolitionists, still black people still had their place in American society, and it was not equal to white men with property and power. It was never equal. Being free is being free in a particular place or status, but never the same in the United States as the white man. And
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm sorry.
mad at on another note. Sorry. On another note, why didn't y'all not reach out to me or call me when y'all did this thing on Hendrix? You know that it was
Oh,
Reggie.
you changing the topic. You're gonna
I
change the
shouted
topic.
you out,
No,
Reggie.
no, I just
Reggie, I
no, I'm
Don't
not
let
shouted
you
you
changing the
out.
out, but don't
topic.
nobody,
Okay, you're gonna change the topic. All right.
No, I'm not changing the topic. I'm just talking to the
don't nobody got your number, Reggie. We was trying to get in contact with you.
Oh, thank you. So I
You
appreciate that.
you incognito.
No, I'm gonna put
Yeah,
my email.
Reggie, come on now. I shouted you out. That's the first thing I said when I did it,
Oh,
bro.
I'm sorry. I didn't read that part, Truist. But Truist,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you. And you did a great job, Truist. You did a great job. But what y'all didn't do is stomp on the fact that Scott Hendricks believes that astrology is scientific. But go ahead. So Truist, you my hero in this, boy. Look, man, you a chef, right? Even brass. But I'm sorry to interrupt that. But I want to say that Scott Hendricks believes astrology, not astronomy, is scientific. But anyway, we get back to that. Sorry, America.
Yeah, go back to your point, Reggie, where you were stressing the equality of America in its origin. When you was comparing white right versus black right. Because
Yeah.
I think you need to repeat that. Because a lot of people don't understand that. That when I used to use this thing, say, when you ask the average person to close their eyes and envision an American, they never say a black man. They want to be a Chinese. I have asked many different people when I travel, what an American look like to you? They're not seeing you, Reggie, and they're not seeing Shefford, and they're not seeing Brass, and they're not seeing American Dream.
Correct.
They're seeing Barbie. They're seeing Barbie and Kay.
What's the point of that, Stoopies? What's your point in saying that, Stoopies?
The point in saying is that the images that are always put forth by this country of what an American is, from Little House on the Prairie to the white picket fence, it was not image of inclusion. It was of inclusion. That's what I'm saying. Are you denying that fact? That the image that is portrayed worldwide as what an American is not one that includes diversity. It may have changed in the last 10 years or so, or last 15 years or so. But prior to that, the image that was put out was the Barbie and Ken image. Am I wrong? American Dream.
I think it depends on where you are in the world. From our part of the world, you may absolutely be right. But I think it depends on where you are and what America portrays.
All right. Where in the world do you think that they portray an image of diversity? Who do you think they portray it? Since about depends on where in the world. Where in the world do you think they do that?
You know, if you go to Asia, I don't think if they're if they're trying to promote America, for example, if they're trying to promote America, they don't just put white people up there. They promote their diversity, and so it depends on where you are really and who you are.
What makes black people be known in Asia is because of our exceptionalism in the area of athletics and entertainment. Even so much so now that the Japanese in today's world is comparing black people to vulture mites. Right? Because they get the image of black people based on what they see, the entertainers and the athletes that live in fear now.
Stoopies,
Right.
You don't think that makes the Constitution racist, do you?
But the Constitution was racist. The
Which part of it
Constitution
was
is formulated. In the formulation of the Constitution, it was racist. That's why you had the amendments to the Constitution.
To the three-fifths part, because I really want to flesh that out.
The three-fifths thing is not racist, bro. If anything,
it
was put in place.
I want to get back to how you're saying it, because you said it helped. Wait. He said it helped black people. So now you're saying it's not race-based, but you said it helped black people. So please, okay, it's not racist, but somehow it's not racist, but somehow it helped a race of people. So please explain.
I said the Constitution is not racist. I said the three-fifths thing. I said the three-fifths thing. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. The three-fifths thing was not put in place to be racist against blacks. If anything, it was put in place to support blacks, to help end slavery. The reason they put the three-fifths clause in place is because they didn't want slaves to count as a full person. If slaves counted as a full person, the South would have more representation in Congress. They would have more representatives in Congress. The North didn't want the South.
Compromise before. Go ahead.
Let me just finish.
I heard you say all this, but go ahead.
Right. So I'm trying to explain why it was good for black people, because it made the South have less representation in Congress. And when the South has less representation in Congress, let me finish, bro. Bro, let me just finish my sentence. When the South has less representation in Congress, it weakens the South. And if the South is weak, that helps black people because it would be easier to.
There was no Congress before the Three-Fifths Compromise. There was no Constitution before the Three-Fifths What the fuck? What are you talking about?
What do you mean there's no Three-Fifths Compromise before that? What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is there was no situation prior to the Three-Fifths Compromise where a slave was fully counted, right?
I never said that.
Okay, so
when did I say that?
So it could only help.
It can only help who?
It's helping white men.
It can only help the South. It can only help them. It
why
added
was
to
the South against it? So why were they against it?
Because they wanted them to count as a
they
whole.
wanted it to count fully. They
But
wanted
the
it
Hold
to count
on.
fully.
If it
They
helped the
didn't have
South,
it count at all.
hold on. I want y'all to be clear on the question you're answering. If it helped the South, why were they against it?
Where
No,
the hell
they weren't
Brian's at?
against it. They wanted it to count fully so they could have even more benefit.
So they were
Because
against the 3/5 thing. Were they against the 3/5 thing, truest?
Only folks, white control had nothing to do.
Truest.
White
Is that
folks
truest
was
or
using
Reggie
a
speaking?
population. White folks was using a population in the South of black slaves to increase their numbers. It had nothing to do with us. It had something to do with power
White folks were doing
structure.
what?
All right, let me read this. Before the 3/5 compromise, there was no single national rule under the U.S. Constitution because the Constitution had not been created yet. Under the Articles of Confederation, representation in Congress was 1 vote per state, not based on population. So enslaved people were not counted for representation in the same way. At the Constitutional Convention in 1787, the debate was about whether enslaved people should count toward a state's population for representation in the new House of Representatives. Southern states wanted enslaved people counted fully to increase their political power. Northern states generally did not want them counted for
Did y'all not
representation
go over the Voting Rights Act?
because enslaved people could not vote and were legally treated as property. The compromise was to count enslaved people as 3/5 of a person for representation and direct taxation. So like I said, the Constitution wasn't a thing before the 3/5 compromise. They didn't have slaves count at all because they didn't have a body for it to work yet. So when the 3/5 compromise is implemented, it only helped the South because in comparison to prior to that, there was nothing there. They got to count an extra body of people, even if it was only 3/5, but they wanted those people to be a full person. So they ended up compromising at 3/5. And it can only help their numbers compared to the North, who didn't count slaves at all. I'm trying to figure out how this hurt the South. How did it hurt the South and help black people?
Because they wanted, because they didn't get as much representation. If they're counted as 3/5, that
So
means
what?
if you have, what do
So
you mean
what?
for what? Because, bro, if each person, hold on a second.
Even if it didn't count as a full person, it's still.
Let's think about the logic. It's if you're establishing a House of Representatives, you're establishing a House of Representatives that's based on population. If the South is able to say all of our enslaved population should count as a part of our population, that gives them an unfair advantage in the House of Representatives, right? So, but in order to appease the South and give their slave population some representation, but not create an advantage that is that the North would have a particular issue with. That's why it's called a compromise. At the end of the day, the South still got the advantage because they was able to have an entire population of people that couldn't participate, but a part of their representation was still included in the ability to create the House of Representatives. So it only stood to benefit the South, with the compromise. Regardless, the advantage was always like, we want these people that won't be allowed to vote. We still want them represented. Right. So to say that benefited black people at all, like that doesn't make any sense to me. And I think even
weaken the South. Did it weaken the South?
Hell no, it didn't weaken them. Hell no. Hell no.
But if we're gonna be clear about the language, when you say it wasn't that the 3/5 compromise was racist. The 3/5 compromise was the result of racism that already existed. Like the 3/5 compromise was a symptom of racism, because we talking about the straight dehumanization of a people based on race already. So
it was a symptom of racism.
Dream, what you're doing is you're saying because they weren't as powerful.
Wait. I want him to. You're asking during Are you asking during chattel slavery who were the racists? Is that what you're asking?
No. You said the 3/5 compromise
was a symptom
of racism.
Of a racist system.
Yeah, it simply was because the
Like, who
racist
was the
South.
racist part? Was it the South being racist or the
Wait,
North
wait,
being
wait,
racist?
wait. Who do you think? Who do you think was it? Who do you think?
The South.
I said a racist system. No, like racism, it
Correct.
persisted in both the North and the South. Like
But
you
more in the
like that's
South, right? But more in the South than in the North, right?
that it doesn't matter where we were, the system.
It was
Because
more in the
again,
South than in the
if you
North,
see
right?
the people in the North still agreed that black people were dehumanized. The people in the North still allowed, the system of slavery and the dehumanization of enslaved Africans persisted in the North and the South. Like that logic, that system allowed that conflict to exist. It was a part of the country.
So why did the North go to war to end slavery?
Hey, hold on, real quick, Dream Plug. I don't know if you might have just hopped in, but the genesis of the conversation was Clarence Thomas asserted that the Constitution was colorblind, and I brought up the 3/5 compromise to say no, racism is codified into the Constitution. So I just wanted to give you. I don't know if you were aware of what the context of the discussion was.
And then he said the 3/5 compromise weakened the South and it helped black people. And I'm saying it did none of those things. It didn't weaken the South just because it didn't make them as powerful as they would have been if they were able to get off counting a slave as an entire person. That still doesn't mean counting a slave as 3/5 didn't empower them and give them an unfair advantage as opposed to the North that didn't count slaves or have slaves to count in the first place. And secondly, like regardless of how weaker you think the South got, it's still
Right, because that's my
required.
next question to you. Okay, so here's the question. Let me adjust the question. Did it make them weaker than they wanted to be?
Sure,
They weren't.
what?
Okay, that's my point. That's my point.
But who cares?
What do you mean? Who cares? The North cared. What do you mean?
No, bro,
who
you
cared?
said it benefited the slaves. You literally said it benefited slaves. The
But
3/5
it did.
compromise
It made the South weaker than the South wanted to be.
that does
A
not
weaker
benefit the
South
slave.
is good for the slave.
You're talking comparatively. The 3/5 compromise did nothing to break the shackles of chattel slavery. It didn't change the circumstances of enslaved people to no degree. To no degree.
Of course it did.
Like,
of course it did.
Okay, so how did the 3/5
compromise?
Okay, how did the 3/5 compromise change the circumstances of enslaved people?
Because again, it reduced the number of representation that the South could have in Congress. And if the South doesn't have, and if can I just finish my answer though?
Can I
finish my answer?
I said the circumstances of enslaved people, not what impact did it have on Congress. How did it change
my answer? Can I finish?
How did it change the material reality?
If you're not gonna let me answer, if you're not gonna let me finish my answer, I'm just gonna ignore your question.
I can care less about all of that because the question is being asked is not how did it benefit Congress.
I'll continue speaking the truest. Truest, did you have a question?
Bro, listen. I listen.
I don't want to listen to you if you don't want to listen to me, bro. If you don't want to listen to me, I don't want to listen to you.
You're not answering the question. I asked you a simple question.
You're cutting me off in the middle of me. You're cutting me off in the middle of me answering the question, and even by asking you to let me finish, you're still talking over me even right now. Like, be quiet and let me answer your question.
You're not answering the question. I didn't ask you about Congress. I asked you about the material reality.
Let me finish and then say you didn't answer the question. But let me finish.
That's why you keep saying let you finish, because you know you're not answering the question. You know you're not actually addressing what. So that's why you keep
somebody else the question. I'd rather speak with Truist. If you don't mind, I'd rather speak with Truist because you just jumped in the middle of it. I'd rather speak with Truist.
I do mind. Actually.
All right, then speak with yourself. I'm not speaking with you.
Oh, cool. I talk to the rest of the panel, but this is a perfect example why people who even talk like this don't deserve to have these types of conversations. What he's saying is like ahistorical. You'll find no historian that says that. I'm talking about nobody that writes any worth of anything that is willing to say that the 3/5 compromise benefited enslaved Africans.
Yeah,
and this is a perfect.
This wouldn't even be dumb enough to say those shit like that.
You done? I'm my fault. Truth. My fault. I thought you were talking. I thought that.
Yeah, no, I was saying I
Hey,
agree. Clarence Thomas wouldn't even
hey,
say some shit like that.
real quick, Truist and Brother Plug, right? So I want to revisit what where this originally started. I'd like to pose a question to American Dream. So let's table the whole benefits part of it. Can you agree that racism was codified into the text of the Constitution? Also, I want to add on top of the 3/5 clause, the fugitive clause that was also codified into the Constitution.
Wait, what's your question?
Yeah, my question is, I want to table the whole benefits thing, right? I want to go back to my original point, is that racism was absolutely codified into the language of the U.S. Constitution. So I'm saying, do you agree, based on the 3/5 compromise being in there and also the fugitive clause both being codified within the text? Those are examples of racism being codified. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with the 3/5 thing.
How about the Fugitive Slave Act?
The Fugitive Slave Act was what was that again? Capturing returning slaves.
Yeah. So yeah, if somebody get to the north, they return them.
That was that a part of the is that an act in and of itself, or is that a part of Congress, or is that a part of the Constitution?
It's in the Constitution. It's Article 1, Section 9, or was Article 1, Section 9.
Which I mentioned, which both states, both groups, the North and the South, both of them agreed upon. So, for the Fugitive Slave Act, if a slave was found in the North and proper papers were served, then the North would have to release them back to their slave owners, no matter if they had some freedom in the United States. So Haskell is right for bringing up the fugitive slave law. So, so let's narrow it down. The fugitive slave law was part of the laws of the United States. It is not colorblind. So why don't you answer Haskell's question?
Well, I thought I already addressed that, Haskell. What's his name? Clarence Thomas was speaking about the Constitution as it exists today. That fugitive clause is not a part of the Constitution anymore. Like, I don't understand why you're like, in order, let me just finish my statement. Let me just finish. In order for y'all to condemn Clarence Thomas, y'all have to be talking about a constitution that he wasn't talking about. Like, why are y'all going back 400 years in order to condemn him? He's not talking about that.
The minute you're talking about the Constitution that's been today, right, over and over again, you are conceding that the original Constitution basically codified language. Then you're conceding that in your statement.
I'm conceding what?
That the original document has racially codified.
Yeah, you're cutting out, bro. I don't hear what you're saying. Does anyone hear him?
The original document has racially codified language. For you to be sticking to the document as it exists today after being amended.
Of course, you had the 14th Amendment, the 13th Amendment.
That's what we've been arguing with you for the past hour about.
What we're arguing about is whether or not what Clarence Thomas said was true or not.
But Clarence Thomas is an originalist.
No, he's not. Clarence Thomas talking about the original Constitution or the Constitution as it is today?
Clarence Thomas is known as an originalist.
That's correct.
Okay, hold on. Listen to what I'm asking you, Truett. I'm asking you a very simple question.
Wait, ask him does he know that Clarence Thomas is an originalist?
Hold on, bro. I'm asking a simple question. Is he talking about the Constitution as it exists when he says it's colorblind? Is he talking about the Constitution today or when it was first drawn up?
Based off of knowing his position, I would say yes. He's talking about the original document. He's an original.
He's an original.
Were they using? Hold on, but he wasn't. Hold on, they weren't using the original document to make the decision they just made, though. So why would he?
I never said that. I'm talking about.
Hold on. Let me finish my statement. He's using the Constitution as it's written today, they're using that to make their decision. And he said it's colorblind. So why would you think he's talking about an older version of it,
Because
which
he
is
went
not the
further and
version
he
they're
said he
using?
doesn't think they did enough because he wants to roll back what they decided even further because he's trying to get as close to the original document as possible.
He doesn't think who did enough. He doesn't think who did enough.
So, American Dream is
What did he say?
Clarence Thomas is against progressivism. That means that when you talk about the Constitution today, the changes in the amendments that we've seen are like literally stem from progressivism. And what Clarence Thomas is arguing is that those changes are actually antithetical to the core of the Constitution when it was written. So, of course, he's not talking about what the Constitution looks like today, because he would argue that the interpretations of the Constitution today, the openness of it, all of those things are actually counterintuitive to the core of why it was introduced in the first place. Like that.
Did you ask me? You were asking me, Reggie. Reggie, were you asking me?
Real quick, though. Even though
Reggie, were you asking me something, Reggie?
Hey, Dream. Even though Clarence Thomas is an originalist, to be fair, he doesn't specifically mean being an originalist doesn't mean 1787. Originalist means literally original adoption of anything. So he could necessarily be talking about 18. He could be talking about the 14th Amendment in 1868. He could be. Because he's talking about the original adoption. That's all. I just wanted to add that. I'm gonna step back out.
No, but that's not exactly true. So wait, let me
just say this. Anybody that listens to Clarence Thomas knows. Oh, hold on.
Reggie, let me say something real quick.
I was talking, and then he asked me. He was asking me a question, and I have to give some sway, but it won't be long. Originalism is a concept demanding that all judicial decisions be based on the meaning of the U.S. Constitution at the time that it was adopted. Originalists contend that the Constitution should be interpreted strictly according to how it would have been understood by the framers.
But
Originalism is a contrast to the living Constitution theory, the belief that the meaning of the Constitution must change over time. They're against that. Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black and Anton Scalia were particularly noted for their originalist approach. So the originalist in the Constitution is one who thinks that it should be interpreted strictly by how the framers of the Constitution originally designed it for. So I'll stop. Thank you.
So Clarence Thomas was referring to the 14th Amendment, correct? Dream. He was referring to what amendment when you say it's colorblind? What is he referring to?
You would have to ask Haskell. Haskell is the one that said he made this
Haskell,
thing. I thought he was talking about the overall Constitution.
Okay.
That's what I took it as.
Okay. I don't feel like arguing this right now.
Listen, an originalist want to take us back to, as Reggie put it, as what Reggie put it. They want to go into the headset of the original framers of the Constitution. And if you look at those men...
Hold on. Let me ask you all this. Y'all think
Don't interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me. Because you know how I view you. Because I don't know why them have you on the panel. I'll kick you out. Because you're a known ladder puller. You're a known ladder puller. And...
Bro, just say what you were going to say, man.
That's what you are. No, because I need to let everybody in the panel know what it is. I know everybody in the panel know what it is.
Can somebody moderate? Can somebody moderate?
Give me
I would have kicked you out.
Can somebody moderate?
You hijacking it on some anger shit.
Sorry. I
want to introduce you. What is that? Okay, go ahead.
Can we have Reggie ask his question? Reggie been waiting to ask his question.
Hold on, just one second. Everybody, listen. I'm not even gonna be here to moderate. Just understand. Just I'm not gonna be here to moderate. So just y'all gotta moderate yourselves, but just kind of like humble out to each other. So Stu, say what you got to say, but don't hijack it because you're upset. Go ahead. Okay. So a common misconception of an originalist.
just so we're clear. Originalism is a theory of legal interpretation holding that the U.S. Constitution should be applied according to the public understanding and meaning it had at the time of its adoption. Post the constitutional meaning is fixed, and judges should rely on history to uphold this original understanding rather than allowing interpretations to evolve with modern societal values. Common misconception and context, not just 1789. Originalists are bound by all properly adopted amendments, including the Bill of Rights, 1791, and the Reconstruction Amendments. Application. When a provision is unclear, originalists look to history, public debates, and dictionaries from the era to interpret the language. So it doesn't specifically mean the literal first writing, first draft, whatever you want to call, of the Constitution. It's also the original adoption. So that would fall under the 14th Amendment. If he's saying that it's not colorblind, I'm just laying my plane, I'm done. If he's saying that I'm not agreeing with this. But when I hear originalism from Clarence Thomas, what I hear based on what I know, he's interpreting the 14th Amendment based on what he believes it meant in 1868, not what it means in 2026. That's my point.
But if you take it to mean Clarence Thomas is an originalist, he wants the original Constitution, then you're saying Clarence Thomas wants to go back to be counted as 3/5 of a person, and that's just silly. Like, who would want to do that? Like, that's just nonsense.
But go ahead.
But I do think though, what the part that gets missed when we talk about like language specifically is that what makes race dangerous isn't what's explicit, it's what's implicit, right? That's why when you have a, for example, a Declaration of Independence that could declare that all men are created equal, but have no problem with slaves, what's implied, but that may not be explicit in the language of all men are created equal, is that enslaved Africans aren't men. They're not people.
Yeah.
So the language, so we can say that you can look at neutral language, or you can look at colorblind language and say that the language itself can be considered colorblind, but the application of the law, the application of the act, the legislation is dependent upon the understanding of people in the first.
Domo, if you were here, how long has this show been going? 47 minutes? If you was here 43 minutes ago when I left, the exact thing of what you just said, I said. And written is one thing. It's the application of it that removes all of the colorblinding. So go ahead. I'm leaving again. I fully agree.
If we just look at classical liberalism and the tenets of classical liberalism and how it's understood, you wouldn't say, or just even all men are created equal, or these are the rights that are allotted to, you know what I'm saying, that are God-given rights that God gave to men. That language can be considered neutral. But what most critical, like, for example, I think critical race theory is so important is because it calls out the neutrality of language by saying that's how it disguises implicit, socialized, normalized understandings of race and people. So it's like we can look at the language and say the language does what it does, but how I'm interpreting it is based on how I understand colorblind. So the language can be colorblind, but people aren't. That's what changes the impact of legislation. That's what changes the impact of the Constitution and who gets protected and who doesn't. Yeah, I mean, when we get caught up in the language, that's the trap. Because it's like the Supreme Court, in terms of the decision that they just made about the Voting Rights Act, right? They're saying that the reason why we got to limit Section 2 is to make sure that you're not stepping on other amendments that were put in place in order to ensure that you don't have race-based decision making. And if we have too broad an understanding of Section 2, then that steps on the toes of the 14th Amendment, right? And so that's why what the one thing that the language allows for is if you see in the language a intent, not purpose, or not not intent, but not outcome, right? If you see discrimination in the intent, then that's what allows us to apply Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. But if language isn't there, if you can't find something where it says that specifically that this goes against Black people, right? Not just the outcome, but the language that drives the in this case the drawing of the map, then that's what allows for racism and discrimination to shape how these maps are done by using neutral language of partisanship. Right? Because the Supreme Court said it doesn't matter if a gerrymander disenfranchises black voters as long as that gerrymander is done for partisan reasons.
Well said.
Also, in Thomas's, the reason why I'm using that as far as originalism, because then you can go into textualism, but Clarence Thomas has said before on numerous cases, is he's kind of like a damn near broken record. When you go, I went and got the quote. And this is not to say this ain't doing the right and wrong. It's just, this is like, just some of this is political and it is what it is. But in Utah versus Streif, 2016, in Thomas's majority opinion, we are guided by the original meaning of the Constitution as it was understood at the time of its ratification. So the 14th Amendment, that's 1868. So he's not, you can use other times, but he's definitely not talking about 1787. I don't think he is, but I mean, we can, because at 1787, I don't even know how we have these discussions without the 14th Amendment. So it would be kind of, I don't know. It would be kind of weird to go literally back to 1787 in Philadelphia.
But that's the hypocrisy.
But that's where I'm asking the question. What does he mean by he doesn't think it went far enough? Like, what exactly does he mean by that?
He's saying, based off what he's saying, is that the maps in the United States on both sides of the aisle are being written explicitly and being changed explicitly because of race. And he's saying that you can say the ones that are saying they're doing it for socioeconomics and driving too far to get to the polls and not enough polling stations, even they're doing it for race. And the ones who are blatantly just saying, like Louisiana, we created a second district specifically because of race, because the black people in Louisiana, their voting power is being diluted. So we just created a second district specifically because of race. He don't agree with none of that.
Yeah, but if what they just voted on stopped that, what is he saying needed to happen further than this?
Well, it doesn't necessarily.
I think
it doesn't stop it. It doesn't. Just so we're clear, that's why I want to do the show. It doesn't stop it. It just makes it harder to prove the discrimination. That's all.
No, Josh, doesn't it? I hear that, but I thought it stops the race part, and now you have to prove.
It doesn't stop it.
No, it doesn't stop it. It doesn't stop it. They have to prove. Now they have to prove it.
Yeah.
They majority discrimination, but not race-based, right?
Truest. When he says they could have gone farther, what he probably means is they could have just stopped it.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
They could have just said you can't bait, like, because if they can draw up these maps and prove that, if they can prove that the reason that it's that doing it according to race is warranted, if you can prove that making these lines based on race is warranted, if you can make a case for it, they'll allow it. But what he's saying is they should have went further and not even allowed it, even if you can prove
race is more specific than general discrimination, right? So that's what I'm saying. It seems as if what they did was against the idea of race specifically, but if you can prove like a more generalized discrimination, that is something that they'll be in favor of. So I'm saying
not general. It's racial intent. If you have to prove racial intent, right? Because you understand the conversation is in the context of a partisan gerrymander versus a racial gerrymander, right? So what they're saying
in today's United States law, there's a portion of legal arguments that are often not presented well, and the courts would look for, okay, arguing race is always problematic, but harm-based in what you call disparate impact is where the courts have to now weigh in on, right? Is it a disparate impact, a harm-based disparate impact to a particular population, not race, right?
No,
So,
that's what they just changed. That's what they just changed. In
Right.
1982. So and it was a Supreme Court case in 1980. I think it's something with
You talking
Mobile
about
versus
Shelby,
Bolt.
you talking about Shelby or Holder?
No. That was 2013. It was Bolden. It was Mobile versus Bolden. I think it was. It was
Oh,
in 1980.
Mobile, Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
Mobile. Yeah,
but
go ahead.
Bolden. In that case, that's when they first came up with the intent doctrine. That's when they determined that in order to invoke Section 2, you have to prove intent. Congress saw that and was like, because intent is difficult to prove with discrimination, now that it's no longer Jim Crow, right? Like, so you can discriminate without saying I'm doing this to discriminate. So Congress specifically they refined Section 2 to say that you don't have to prove intent. You have to, like what Reggie was just saying, you have to prove disparate impact. And then it was another case, it was Gingles, I forget, it was Gingles versus somebody. In Gingles, they established the framework to where you can evaluate impact in order to determine whether or not discrimination is taking place. What the court just said recently was because up until this point, even though the court had recognized that partisanship and race are intricately intertwined, even though they recognized that there was no determination on where one began and or the other ended, right? So what the majority in this decision said was like, all right, cool. If that's difficult to understand, then we're going to put that burden on the plaintiff. And the plaintiff is going to have to show specific racial intent in order to claim Section 2. You can no longer just say it was disparate impact. You can no longer say it just had a negative effect on Black people. So it falls under Section 2. If they are claiming that,
Hold on, because I was gonna say, but that's what he meant by going further, Domo. What he means by going further is, yes, they use race sometimes, and you can use it in small parts of the meaning. What Clarence Thomas is saying, that there should be no use of race at all because it's unconstitutional from the start. That it shouldn't apply to.
Got you. That's what I was looking for.
Don't like you can use. Listen, in it just. Louisiana failed because they identified
I'm sorry, guys.
race.
Hey, Stuart, you know that's what I just said, right? He wanted to stop it.
Hold on. I'm not
Dreams, I didn't hear you.
I'm gonna give you back to Rex and Domo. They kind of like moderating it, so it's good. I'm just saying the original case of Louisiana, they lost the case because they used race as the main factor. And there was easy layup.
They use disparate impact and they use numbers.
But I'm saying
they use it.
Hold on, I understand. But the sixth, when you say I created a second Black district, the whole issue was the federal government told them that you have you're 33% Black in Louisiana and you got one district that's essentially majority Black. So they just went and created another Black district. So when they did it, I agree with what you're saying, Domo, what should have been done, how it should have been done, how it should have been presented. But what was left with the Supreme Court was that the three that were the dissent, they all said, well, so what? It was created based off of race. We can use race sometimes. The six that voted the other way, they essentially said that race was the main factor and that's unconstitutional. Carl Thomas. Shouts to my brother Carl Thomas. Clarence Thomas, his basic statement in going further is, while you can use race a little bit or use race sometimes in these conversations, he don't want race involved in it.
Got you. So what this made it harder to race. Like he wants to remove race altogether.
And that's what Domo. That's right, and that's where Domo is coming in and saying is like, if you remove race completely, you're essentially gutting the Voting Rights Act based on its inception. And if you look, versus Holder, Brennan,
you're gutting a lot of protections.
If you look at all of the cases from originally in '65, you can look at, like Domo said, Mobile Holder. You can look at Brenovich. You can look at versus the DNC. You can look at a lot of different cases, but the challenge you're going to have is it's slowly whittling down. And Brnovich versus the DNC was the one that like kind of fucked up the guardrails to where we could even get here. And that's why I always go to Shelby Holder, because Shelby Holder damn near removed the guardrail. But now you have one guardrail left. Go ahead.
It removed the pre-clearance requirement. But what, as an example of what the majority was talking about, is like if you look at 2016, if you look at McCrory v. NAACP v. McCrory, like the reason why that Supreme Court actually agreed with the discrimination claims made by the NAACP and agreed with the lower courts is because this was an instance on specific racial intent. Because what they knew was that the state had went and collected all of the racial voting data.
Yeah,
like how different
based on the voting behavior.
Right, and they looked at specifically the behavior of Black voters, and all of their voter ID laws and voting laws that came after that specifically attacked the things that they knew, the ways that they knew Black people voted. So the lower court had
the early voting and the ID system,
early voting, Sunday voting, all of those things. So the lower court said in that decision that the state of North Carolina had targeted Black voters with almost surgical precision. So what the majority is saying is, unless you got proof like that, where we know y'all went and got racial data, we can look at the racial data and see how you used it. Then you got a much harder time trying to prove.
And would you agree that what Thomas is saying now is fuck all the discrimination? I don't want race in any of these conversations when we're talking about voting. Like he's trying to literally remove the whole shit. And that would be, that's if he was able to get that part across, you would effectively, the Voting Rights Act wouldn't even matter at that point. If you were able to not even inject any race, even 5-10%, now we're not even, now we're back at Jim Crow then, in my opinion.
But then that would undermine the amendments that was dedicated specifically.
I agree. I agree. But it would also go back to his originalism of the 14th Amendment, where it's just no race at all. Nobody can be. So that's what I'm saying. Like originalists fail because they don't deal with the world as it is. It's almost as if the Supreme Court is not on Earth. They're somewhere else looking at the planet and following what's the name. They're not paying attention to what's actually going on, what's actually an issue, and that there are race issues that have to be, you have to have race into it, even if it's the main factor sometimes. There is discrimination specifically on race, whether it's intent or not. They're just acting as if they're not on Earth, and that's always been my issue with the Supreme Court. They act like they're not American. They don't see, like they can't see.
That's the real Mount Olympus.
Yeah. I would say that's what becomes problematic. Reggie, you want to say something?
Yeah. So Thomas rejects disparate impact because then he would have to deal with the intent. So Clarence Thomas is trying to manipulate, right? What he actually is able to do, yes, he made his statement, right? But the fact of the matter is that the Supreme Court, what it does is it pushes back cases to the lower courts to decide. That's what the Supreme Court does. It pushes it back. Clarence Thomas says it's not enough. But once they push it back with their guidelines, then the courts now have to take their guidance, right? So we have to analyze what Thomas's disparate impact rejection actually means in the court. Now, if they pled disparate impact, right, then the courts will have to try to figure out what Judge Thomas is saying is not enough. It's not clear to me right now what is not enough, right? But that's it. That's generally his statement, right? So I will. So it has to go back to the other court. I mean, saying something is unconstitutional, that's one thing. But when it's actually pushed back to another court, the lower court, with the guidance, then they have to decide. That's my thinking. So him not wanting to deal with race, he doesn't want to deal with disparate impact too. He can't have it both ways, right? And so the courts will have to decide, and then it becomes what you call states of that particular ruling in that particular state. So for now, I have one other point, but I'm gonna leave it right there. But him wanting a colorblind constitution, he can't have it both ways. He's a very manipulative judge, because he doesn't want race, nor does he want disparate impact. Disparate impact is very powerful, but also very costly. And but cases ultimately have been won. So so he can't have it both ways. He doesn't want race, he doesn't want disparate impact. So what does it mean for him to say it's not enough? Then we have to look at the actual pleadings of the case, and if it wasn't pled well, it wasn't defended well, then the judge would have to rule. So it becomes very expensive, and it just buys time. It buys time for an election outcome. That's what it's designed. I think what it's designed to do, right? So what to you all, if Judge Thomas doesn't want race and he doesn't want disparate impact, then in fact, what is Judge Thomas actually saying?
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? Real quick, do y'all think race should be used for all races to do gerrymandering, or do you think only black people? Do you think that when it comes to
No, you got to answer my question. You got to answer my question. You got to answer my question.
I didn't know you asked a question, Reggie. My bad. Can you repeat your question? I didn't hear a question in there.
It's fine. Thank you for being polite. If Judge Thomas rejects race and also rejects disparate impact, right? Then how do you think that the court should rule? He says, Judge Thomas says, the court should never have interpreted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of '65 to effectively give racial groups an entitlement to roughly proportional representation, right? He says, he repeats that Section 2 does not regulate districting at all. In his view, it only covers things like access to the ballots, not how lines are drawn, right? So he's in practice, this means you cannot use Section 2 to challenge a map simply because it has an effect, with me a disparate impact of diluting Black or Latino power. You have to rely almost entirely on constitutional claims that require proof of intentional racial discrimination, which is hard to show in the modern coded language world. So he knows without disparate impact, intentional racial discrimination is hard to prove, right? But he can't have it. He can't have it in both ways. So the question is to you, if you can't do race and you can't do disparate impact, then do you think that Clarence Thomas is being manipulative to buy time?
No, I just think he's saying you can't do race to fix disparate impact. Like if there are disparate impacts based on race, for example, you can't use race to fix it. Like You can't use race you can't use race against racism, I think is what he's saying.
He's not.
Okay.
He's saying you can use race in an instance where discrimination and racial intent was implied in the discrimination, or not implied, excuse me, was explicit in the discrimination. So if you're racially discriminated against, then you can use race to rectify that. So like, oh, you were racist to black people. That means that we have to do something for black people to rectify the racism that they endured. But you have to prove that it's race. And the problem, and Reggie, where I think you're talking about the trickery, is
Yes.
saying that partisan gerrymandering is perfectly fine, even though we know that partisanship and race are connected. So they're saying, yeah, discriminate all you want on the context of partisanship. As long as you don't mention race when you create these maps, it don't matter what happened to black people. That's what he's saying. But when he talks about not going far enough, like Reggie just pointed out, he's saying. I don't even think we should be evaluating it based on building maps in the first place. Because Section 2 doesn't mention anything about building maps. It mentions accessibility to voting and being inhibited in voting.
Right. Voting Act, Section 2 of the Voting Act rights are focused directly on discriminatory results, right? Because modern map drawers learn to hide their intent, right? So Clarence Thomas knows that modern map drawers learn to hide their intent. So the only way to blow that up is disparate impact, right? So what it is manipulative, is buying time for a particular election to muddy the water, right? For a particular election result. So so we will see generally what the outcome is when they actually kind of rule.
Hey Reggie, can I ask you a question, Reggie? Do you think every disparate impact is because of racism? Do you think that every racial disparate impact is because of racism?
No, because the disparate impact deals with other issues like pollution. It deals with other factors other than race, right? Disparate impact.
But if a black group, if a black community, for example, is disparate, is impacted in a certain way by a certain policy, it doesn't have to be because of racism. It doesn't have to be they were impacted.
But that's why
because
the study would determine due to race, whether it was due to their income, whether it was due to other reasons, being tied to their identity and intersectionality, right?
But that's exactly what's dangerous about this decision. Is like now they can do this. They can do this exact thing. Even though we know that if you look at income, if you look at environmentalism, if you look at where people end up, like
they can do exactly what? You said that's
Muddy
the problem.
Muddy the waters.
No, I think the language that you use is the language that white racists deploy in order to push racial policy without saying that they pushing racial policy. Like in this example, they're saying, oh, just go after Democrats. As long as you go after Democrats, whatever happened to black people is fine. But we know that black people overwhelmingly vote Democrat. They overwhelmingly run as Democrats, which means that if you go after Democrats, you are inevitably going after black people. Like that's based on what we know about these social relationships. So what this case does is it allows them to play the game that people who like to dismiss racism, people who like to dismiss racial oppression, the game that they play. They use the fact that racism is most dangerous when it's implicit, not explicit. Racism is the most dangerous when it's normalized, not when it's the Ku Klux Klan marching around. And so when we're able to say, well, no, there are a bunch of other reasons, right? Saying that there are other reasons doesn't discount race. It's just a whataboutism to obfuscate the question of race. Because intersectionality teaches us that race impacts how we experience everything else. So whether we can both be poor, race impacts our poverty. We can both be rich. Race impacts what it is, the things that we experience being rich. So at the end, so when we attempt to say, well, no, we can find things, we can, yeah, you can explain those things away, but to say that to explain away race in a society that literally the original social identifier is the color of your skin, and that shapes how we understand how we engage each other. To then turn around and say, well, no, I can find ways where that's bad faith, it's disingenuous and bad faith, and it's specifically used to create policies that create a disparate impact, and then give those same people an excuse to be able to talk past the impact that they created because they got another thing that they focus on.
Okay. So it's time based. What we should be asking is, what is the fix of it, right? So it would the fix would require new federal voting rights legislation, right? For Congress to pass Modern Voting Rights Act, right? The other thing it would require would be states to create stronger state level voting rights acts, right? And many states are actually trying to do that, to definitely within the state ban racially discriminating districts and voting rights. But the problem is, of course, the voters, right? And the lobbying and the voters. All of this takes time and it's very expensive, right? So other issues is that new constitutional intent claims can be brought up, right? So what Clarence Thomas is doing is he knows that there's a corrective process, right? But what he's doing, he's muddying the waters for a particular voting outcome, or because once a new president comes in, this president is going to hopefully if it's a positive president, hopefully they could change things within the Supreme Court itself, how long you stay, and new Supreme Court justices, right? So what he's just doing is he's taking advantage of a time frame, right, as a manipulative process, right? So remember, states have their own power; they're part of the union, right? And other litigants can file other cases. So we do know that ultimately, depending on the composition of the case board, and the composition, that this is temporary. But it's important enough to get who Clarence Thomas picks, who they pick as elected officials in office, and in the scheme of what is happening right now, whereas the Democrats seemingly have enough energy to weaken Republican voters. Vance won't be a candidate. Trump won't be a candidate, right? Trump can't be a candidate because then Thomas' originalist thing would fall flat, because the framers of the Constitution would prohibit this type of term for President Donald J. Trump, right? J.D. Vance is embroiled in a major scandal right now. So the Democrats, who I don't necessarily like either, they have a better group of candidates locally, right? That is going to enter and control Congress, and maybe the Senate. So
Reggie,
looking out for his own interests. Yes.
let me ask you and Domo a question, if y'all can bear with me. Do y'all think that do you think it's a good idea that the court said that they have to prove that there's racism involved? Or do you think that people they shouldn't have to prove it? They should just make the claim and redraw the lines? Or do you think it's a good idea to say you got to prove that there's racism before you redraw those lines? Do you think
Well,
that's a good ruling?
You got to, first of all, we already have a law, right? We already have a law. So it's not whether or not it's enforcing the law. right? So we already have a law, so he can't have it both ways. So we have a law against discriminatory use of mapping. We already have a law, right? So what he's trying to do is he's trying to find some loophole or wiggle room, but where he's trapped is because he rejects disparate impact, right? And so
Are you saying the law already says? Are you saying the law already says that they have to prove racism? Because apparently it doesn't. So, because that's my question. Like, and I hope you answer the question. Is it a good ruling? Is it good for them to say that you have to prove that there's racism before you redraw the lines? Is that a good ruling?
What does Section 2 say?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so right. So Section 2 is a core part of the Voting Rights Act. Until this court started cutting it back, was used to stop voting rules and maps that discriminate against people because of race, even when the law doesn't say black or white on its face. So to ask me that question and then to say that you don't know what Section 2 is, and I say that there is a problem with Thomas manipulating Section 2 when Section 2 is already enough, right? And then rejecting disparate impact, which would strengthen the laws on under Section 2. Then what I'm saying is being.
But 6 of the justices disagree with you, Reggie. 6 of the justices seem to think Article 2 doesn't go far enough. Like, if it went far enough, why would 6 of them say you have to prove that it's racist? Why would 6 of them rule against to change the rule if there was already a rule?
Okay. Remember, there's also state voting right acts, right? Ultimately, at the end of the day, states can file a suit against the federal government, right? And so what he's doing is buying time. Doesn't matter what the justices say now. It ultimately says what I'm going to do is muddy the water and force states to, in fact, and states are very protective of their rights. That's why we have a union. We're going to force the states to spend more time and money on this for an immediate purpose of a particular election time period. So it doesn't. So you do have to understand the Supreme Court sometimes says something is unconstitutional. Sometimes they give guidance, right? And they say it's not enough. So the lower court has to say, well, what is enough, right? It's just time and money.
Reggie,
right?
let me ask you a
I
question.
mean, I hear you, Reggie, but you still ain't answer the question, though. Maybe Domo will answer the question, but go ahead, bro. Whoever wanted to ask
I
the
don't
question.
understand.
Hey, Reggie,
I did answer the question.
Reggie, let me ask you a question.
Just because 6 of the justices,
No, my question was, do you think it's good? Do you think it's good that they said you have to prove racism before you redraw a line? Do you think that's a good idea? Or do you think people should not have to prove racism?
Well, he can't have Justice Thomas can't have his cake and eat it too. He can't.
I just want to know your opinion, bro. I just want to know your opinion. Do you think it's good that they said you have to prove that there's racism first? Or do you think, no, people shouldn't have to prove that?
No, you have to. There's 2 ways in which to prove it. By particular instances, right? Events, institution. And then you could prove it by disparate impact. But he's rejecting both. He's rejecting both. So he's rejecting both. And I told you the reason why. So
I think he's saying disparate impact alone doesn't prove it, Reggie. Just because black people are disadvantaged doesn't mean they're disadvantaged because of racism. And I think he's saying that disparate impact alone isn't enough.
Impact based on just based on race. That I don't think that you understand the disparate impact doctrine, right? you're bringing
You said
race
you can have
into it.
disparate impact. You said disparate impact is not just about race.
No,
I agree. I
I said
agree.
that
There's some
earlier.
disparate impact based on gender, disparate impact based on a bunch of stuff.
Correct.
But if there's disparate impact based on race, if black people are disadvantaged in a certain way, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's because of racism, because people were being racist against them. There could be other reasons why blacks are disadvantaged in a certain area. And I think that's the point they're making, is just because people are disadvantaged and they're black doesn't mean it's because of racism. And you can't just assume that. You have to prove that it's because of racism why they're disadvantaged.
You can do it by particular events and particular outcomes, and you could do it by disparate impact. In this particular case, you could do it both ways. Vulcan Society versus New York City on discrimination. They proved both. They proved both racism, racial intent, and they proved disparate impact. Again, I said state laws have a power. They have their own voting rights. So I said again, states now can deal with it upon themselves, and it would be a state case versus an individual case. But I said all of that.
Reggie, let me ask you a question.
But under the 14th Amendment, though, just so we're just so.
Equal protections. I was about to get to it. Let me work with them.
Okay, good.
So Reggie, do you believe in discrimination? Number one, good afternoon, Reggie. How you doing? Good evening, rather.
Good afternoon, Thunder.
All right.
What's up, Dad? Hello to
what
you,
up,
sir.
Sis?
Hello
How you
to
doing,
you,
brother?
sir. I'm good.
Good
I'm
evening.
great.
Good evening. Good evening. Reggie, how do you feel about discrimination, Reggie?
Hold on, Thunder. Hey, Thunder, before you start. Did you see what Brad said to us did the Uncle earlier?
I saw Reggie. See, Reggie.
No,
Reggie
that was an old show. No, I'm talking about
it was
on
an
this
show.
channel.
No.
No. Brad and True's recap what happened last night on Community of Skeptics and Pseudo Killers. It was classic, but go ahead, do your thing.
So I saw it was scheduled, but I had we had an IRS problem at where I work, man. So I had to tend to that all day, pretty much. But I'm just not getting home. But Reggie, how you feel about discrimination, Reggie? You think that discrimination is acceptable in some cases, acceptable in no cases? What you think?
It's a what in some cases? It's what's the word?
Discrimination. Is discrimination acceptable to you in some cases, most cases, or no cases?
Discrimination is acceptable in no cases.
All right, good. So as it relates to, let's just say black people, do you believe that black people should get preferential treatment because they're black?
No.
All right. Do you believe that black people should have district maps drawn because to favor them because they're black?
Yes.
I'm gonna say that black people have no power to do that.
Hey Reggie, do you have a problem with black people getting preferential treatment in the form of districting maps to favor them?
I believe that black people have already been disenfranchised, and black people are trying to get a level playing field. And
so you ain't gonna answer that.
The courts and the courts in the states, based on a particular election, or redraw the lines for their purposes.
Right,
so I don't think that black people are getting I don't think that black people are getting preferential treatment.
No, you don't have to think it. We don't care what you think, Reggie. They said that they were. Virginia stated in the Supreme Court case that not Virginia, Louisiana. So stated in the Supreme Court case that they made one district. They admitted to it openly. We created this district because of the large proportion of black people in this district. They went on to try to create another one, a second district.
No, I do understand. So what happens is that black people are not deciding this. What happens is that there are people that manipulate law to put in bad cases and bad laws, and then or to pursue bad rulings, right? These are often equal not equal rights, but equal protection people, and they get bad guidance. And so unfortunately, when that was presented, they may not have presented it right, used the right words. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So in the way that they presented it, do you agree with the Supreme Court saying, no, that is unconstitutional? Yes or no?
The Supreme Court would rule in that type of language because of equal rights protections.
I'm asking you, do you agree with the ruling of the SCOTUS in this case?
In this particular case, I think that it was presented with bad law, and I would have to accept that the ruling.
Do you agree with the SCOTUS's ruling in this case?
Okay, so that's an unfair question because I don't agree with the ruling of the SCOTUS. If you want to be all precise and stuff like that, right? The Supreme Court has never ever really dealt with the issue of black people in the United States.
So you believe that black people should? You believe that black people should have preferential treatment in the form of districting maps across the United States of America because they're black? You believe in that, Reggie?
No.
Okay, good. So that means you support the Supreme Court's ruling, then, right?
No, because I've read Attorney Ogletree, Charles Ogletree's, which I don't think that you have read.
No, I read Alito and I read Thomas. No.
Well, okay, Charles Ogletree is a lawyer from Harvard, and Charles Ogletree argued harm-based. So the question is that most people do in our reparations issues is that you can argue harm-based reparation. You can't argue race. You're going to automatically reject it. You can argue harm-based.
So Ogletree is saying that black people should get reparations through districting maps?
Based on if they can prove harm.
Right, so
not necessarily discrimination. That's too weak. Not necessarily due to disparate impact, but based on harm-based reparation.
So you're saying that the districting maps was causing harm to black people in Louisiana? That what you're saying?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Oh boy. So there ain't nowhere in the world that would have. So how do you believe Ogletree could have proved that a map is harming black people?
Yes. So if within that map, those people do not get the resources, right? And that their voting is diminished, right? If their voting is diminished,
what do you mean that their voting is diminished? Break that down.
Voting is diminished without the redrawing, right? That's harm-based, right? If their voting choices are diminished because of the mapping, that's harm-based, and they can go to court for harm-based.
So black people should be able. So black people should be able to be in charge of who gets selected as the representative. That what you think?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm just trying to say is that what I am just trying to say is that if the mapping, right? If without the mapping causes harm, right? And then it would be it would be the issue would be to raise harm-based. So harm-based the harm-based doctrine is a doctrine that was thought out by attorney Charles Ogletree to deal with this fact of this upcoming, even though he passed away, the upcoming issues of America. So if you cannot prove harm, so if you're being harmed, right, by not having access to voting, then that would be an issue.
Okay, good. So Justice Thomas argues that Section 2 shouldn't have never had anything to do with a damn map at all, ever. He argued that Section 2 only dealt with the ability of Black people to be able to vote, period, due to the Democrats and what they was doing down here in the South.
But he didn't say Democrat. He didn't say Democrat.
No, he didn't say Democrat. I'm saying Democrat.
Right. So let's say what Charles what he was saying.
So Justice Thomas said that.
Now you're being biased.
No problem. Let's throw that out of the way. We ain't gotta. Let's get bogged down on that. So Justice Thomas argued that Black people, the Section 2 was never meant to be addressed by way of a map. It was only to be addressed by way of Black people having the ability to vote at all.
Yeah, that's the argument. That's the argument. They're saying that the way Black people were affected, it's on partisan lines, that like Black Democrat voting power is being affected, but it's not truly a racial problem, quote unquote, because it doesn't take voting power away from Black Republicans, right? But the problem is in Louisiana, 78% of Black voters that are registered are Democrat, and only 18% of white voters registered are Democrat. So like that's the statistical issue there.
I think
that's fine, but Section 2, that's a great stat, but Section 2, he's saying, argues that it should have never been applied to districting at all. And I agree with him. But when you actually read it, map ain't in there nowhere. It's really about the ability for us to vote as Black people at all, not be represented by whoever we want to vote in. That ain't got nothing. It don't work like that.
Fine. And the Supreme Court in Thornburg versus Gingles, right? They said that the essence of Section 2 claim, right? Then if you know Gingles, then what? If you say you know Gingles, then tell me about Gingles. Thornburg versus Gingles.
The Gingles, there's 3 parts to it. Broke it down. Alito broke it down. Hold on, let me put me on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, there was research done of how it affected Black voters, but the argument is based on partisanship.
So I won't mess it up. Let me just but Alito addressed it in 3 different sections of his. I'm
asking what Thornburg Gingles said. I'm not asking what Alito said.
I got you. So let's go with Thornburg Gingles. That's fair. It was a unanimous court found that the legacy of official discrimination acted in concert with the multi-member districting scheme to impair the ability of cohesive groups of Black voters to participate equally in the political process, and elect candidates of their choice. That is Thornburg versus Gingles.
So in essence, what they did was they talked about that you have to look at the interactions with social and historical conditions that cause unequal opportunity for Black versus white voters. I do understand what Truist is saying about how they're caging it with the Democrats versus Republicans, but the fact of the matter is, what that was his opinion, Alito's opinion, but the fact of the matter is that Thornburg versus Gingles is already decided. So the fact of the matter is unequal opportunity is harm. A lot of cases, unfortunately, like the reparations case, was pled very badly, and it creates bad law, right? It creates bad law, and so a lot of times people are not watching because they don't know the law when these cases are being drafted and drawn up and put to suit. There are sometimes hinge. I don't know if they're hinge pins, but there are pins in them that, in fact, make what they're arguing unconstitutional. So the
Right.
so the issue is that I did some research and wrote a paper on a glossary of good terms to use versus bad terms to use. You can't use black, can't use color, right? You have to use harm-based. So once you start, you have to be careful. You have to put it in a colorblind kind of space that talks about particular harm to voter.
So you agree with the SCOTUS, but you say you disagree.
No, wait. First of all, I didn't say that I disagreed or not. I talked about the process, how it could be cured, what the issue is. I didn't say any of that.
Okay, good. Well, I asked you 4 or 5 times, so let's ask you again.
Don't be like Thunder. Don't be like Unc and them. Don't put words in our mouths that we never said to spin the argument.
Okay, good. So Reggie, when I ask you this question, I want you to just say, "Oh yeah, Thunder, I do remember you asking me that." Reggie, do you agree?
Already in your line of question.
Do you agree with the SCOTUS ruling that they came down with yesterday? Let's start off. Let's throw it out there. Let's act like I ain't asked that 5 times, right? So this is the 6th time. Do you agree with the SCOTUS ruling on yesterday? Yes or no?
My personal feelings is I don't agree.
Okay, good. So you don't agree, right?
My legal feelings is that the wording was pled wrong. It was a trap. And but I also said what the cures are. The cures are state intervention in suits and other suits. I said
based on
what else
you said that.
What else?
Yeah, because you said you personally disagree with it, but you agree with it.
No,
because they used the wrong wording.
My personal feeling is that they do this racially. They use law very manipulative, right? Otherwise, it would have been a straightforward case on Section 2 that they could easily prove intent of discrimination.
Yes,
because someone is abridging their rights, right? Some external forces abridging the rights of Black voters based on not allowing them access to voting the way that they want to, right?
Yeah, they can.
Drawing maps, right? What he's doing is this is a case, right? Now, I've been involved in my own matters when a case seems one way, but later it gets overturned. In my own federal case that I did, which has 141 citations, the judge overlooked my pleadings, ruled one way, and a person who lives in my same housing district pled, and the lawyers the lawyers told them that they were over relying on the maybe versus whatever case, and that because lawyers did it, the judges accepted their pleadings. If it's not worded right in the very beginning, if the construction, that's why Tariq Nasheed should never talk about reparations or anything like that, because he would always lead us to something that the states and the federal government cannot do.
If it's not worded correctly, then what's supposed to happen, Reggie?
Oh, later cases come. I said that again, and I'm gonna stop. I got to take a break from this because
All right.
I said it already. It's a for a particular purpose, a particular time frame. Law is changing when another case comes up with better pleadings.
Reggie, I just think you're being ambiguous, man. I don't know why.
Does
Because
anybody else think I'm being ambiguous? You're trying to pigeonhole me into what you want me to say. I said, personally, I'm uncomfortable because Section 2 is there to stop things like this with voting rights, right? Disparate impact is another way in which they can prove. Thomas is saying neither of them is not enough, but not saying what is enough, right? What is enough? He's not saying what is enough. So the lower court, the court that it gets pushed back to, the state that it gets pushed back, has to look at this guidance and try to figure out what is enough. So then, what am I being ambiguous about? I'm telling you more about law than you are than you are asking me for the purposes of trying to educate you about law.
No, you've done a great job with that. You've done a great job with that, Reggie. I'm not disparaging on that. I'm just saying that when I was saying the ambiguity, I felt was in reference to you being against discrimination, but when it comes down to black people getting voting, whatever voting rights, you cool with that.
Section 2 automatically says, right, what the law should be. Justice Thomas is not telling you why it's not enough. It's Justice Thomas that's being ambiguous.
All right, here goes Section 2. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 prohibits voting practices or procedures that discriminate on the basis of race, color, or membership in one of the language minority groups identified in Section 4F2 of the Act. That is, in a nutshell, what Section 2 is. It is voting practices like what you're talking. When I say the voting practices, what I'm talking about, the voter tests, the poll taxes, and all that stuff that was Jim Crow. But I'm not going to mention Democrats because that's fine. Let's leave that out. But that is what they're talking about. Voting practices or procedures that discriminate on the basis of race, color, or membership in one of the language minority groups identified in Section 4F2 of the Act.
Right, but I think Thunder, maybe you go back and you listen to me and thank the community for saying this. I have personal reasons because I think that is what they I think the ruling is discriminatory because it is stopping a particular group that's been disenfranchised, right, to give them more power to exercise their voting rights, right? And the court is saying that they are giving them some type of privilege, right, because they're all black. But this particular group, this class, right, has already been disenfranchised from other time periods. And so they are regrouping, but they are the citizens, they are the populations of that state.
So you believe that Section 2 should last in perpetuity. Black people should always be disenfranchised and all that other stuff you're saying, right?
Black people should always be what?
Disenfranchised and mistreated and stuff like that. That's what you think?
Section 2 doesn't say that. The intent of it is to stop discrimination.
Right. So do you believe that black people are being discriminated against in the current voting practices?
The previous voting practices where this particular class is trying to gain more rights, and they should have the unalienable rights to do so, right?
Right.
And so they should be able to gain ground if, in fact, the reason for attacking it is partisan. It's an equal protection type of case, right?
And the equal protection, so white people have the same equal protection that black people have.
The fact of the matter is, black people have never had equal protection under the law, and every time black people try to gain as a class repair, right, they are attacked if they use particular words.
Should district maps be drawn to favor white people?
They have been.
Should district maps be drawn to favor white people?
No, but they have been.
All right. Should district maps be drawn to favor black people?
In repair, if they can make a case, yes.
Okay, good. So no for the white people and yes for the black people. So
no, they're just not white. They're just not white. And I hate when people do this. They're a very privileged class that enslaved a whole generations of people, and that these people that they were freed, right, had to pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Let's be specific. Let's be specific.
I'm gonna stop because maybe I need to listen to somebody else. But if you want to forget about the crimes of white folks, right, in America, and then when you see black people pulling up on their bootstraps and finding some ways to exercise vote, then you want to shut that down to make it the former status quo of the slave planters, right? And I think it's problematic, respectfully, Thunder. Right?
Yes.
You don't want black people to come. You don't want our people. Get the black term. You don't want our people to come up in no way. You want the status quo.
Yes. I want equal opportunity for all. Yes.
Never equal opportunity. It was never equal opportunity for us. Voting rights helped us get equal opportunity. Was there equal opportunity for us before the voting rights? Yes or no?
But Reggie, were black people the only people? Were black people the only people that were disenfranchised, Reggie?
Debating you, Reggie.
Not in the case.
Reggie, were black people the only people in America that's been disenfranchised?
No.
Okay, so what you're saying, does what you're saying apply to all people that have been disenfranchised? Do you think all people that have been disenfranchised should get to gerrymander, should have special privileges? Like, because, Italians have been disenfranchised in America.
You're inventing an imaginary case that does not exist, that we're not talking about. I can't.
What do you mean it doesn't exist? You just said blacks aren't the only people that have been disenfranchised.
We're talking about this particular case, right? We're not fantasizing about the future. There are other factors that come into the future.
If anything, I'm fantasizing about the past, because I'm talking about the past. In the past in America, Italians have been discriminated against. Do you think every group that's been disenfranchised should have these special treatments, or do you think it should only be for blacks?
Okay. When you bring up the Italians, the Jewish, the Irish became white. They were not white. They became white. So your point
and we became citizens. We weren't citizens. We became citizens. So, everybody goes through stuff.
We didn't become citizens with a full playing field, right? A level playing field.
You don't think you're a citizen? You don't think you're a full citizen?
No, that's not what I said. You're avoiding my question. We never had.
You didn't even ask the question.
Let him cook.
Yeah, we never had a level playing field until at least in voting, until the Civil Rights Act, the voting rights. We never had a level playing field. We were threatened, we were coerced, we were forced. Our places of worship were burnt down. Our homes was burnt down. Right? We never had we were not protected by the Equal Protection Clause.
So now we have a level playing field, right?
No.
Okay, so we still don't. With all these acts being passed, all these laws being passed, we still ain't got a level playing field.
No.
Absolutely not. Drugs in our community.
Are black people the only people without a level playing field, Reggie? Reggie, are blacks the only ones without a level playing field?
Hold on, y'all baiting them now. Hold on, y'all baiting them.
Yeah, I have to leave because you're not.
Y'all baiting them now.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter is, They're not willing to answer anything. They have to go and immediately look up stuff with Section 2.
I'm
They
asking,
have to,
answer my
they have
question,
to, they have to look
Reggie.
up cases, right? And then they have to find these little straw man arguments of imaginary positions.
Ask
right?
me a question, Reggie. Any question? Come on.
Okay. Have you read Charles Ogletree's Harm Base?
No, I have not. I've never heard of Charles Ogletree until today, but I did hear what you said about Charles Ogletree. I immediately and vehemently reject what Charles Ogletree said if he is saying what you said that he's saying, right? If he's saying that black people, if you're saying that black people have been harmed by a voting map, I reject that. I would love for him to.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Well,
so
that's what you said. He said.
No, I said that Charles Ogletree created a harm-based doctrine to deal with equal protection attacks.
Okay.
Right. I said that Section 2, right? Section 2 is already part of the law. I said that Justice Thomas is rejecting Section 2, right? And he's rejecting disparate impact, but he's not telling you what else needs to be. So he has to be, in this particular case, the state has to, in fact, evaluate that. I said that he's doing it based on current politics, partisan politics, disguising it, right? I also said that, or it was said that the intent to prove intent of racism is always difficult, so you use disparate impact to do it, right? What we're looking for, the best wordage is harm-based. If people have been disenfranchised, right, and and people could see that this population is threatening, and this population, how can I say, is able to draw lines based on voting. An external force is causing harm because they're stopping their unalienable rights. Because they are the population. They are a large population. They happen to be Democratic and they happen to be Black. And that's a threat to partisans.
Right. So they should have.
The ruling doesn't prevent them from doing anything. The ruling just says they got to prove what they're doing. So it doesn't stop them from proceeding. It just says you got to prove that you've been discriminated against racially. It doesn't say you can't do it.
It stops them. So then so then another doctrine has to be drawn up. So, but Justice Thomas is rejecting disparate impact, which would tell you how they're being disenfranchised. At the same time, he's going against Section 2. But he's not telling you what else needs to be needed.
No, it's not in reference to black people being disenfranchised. It's in reference to the Congress of Louisiana making a district map based on race.
What is your standard for disenfranchisement?
Oh, boy. That's a good one too.
In a just a shortest sentence period. I know what it means. I'm saying, but what's your standard? Everybody has a different standard. We all know what it means.
Okay.
But what is your standard? Because I would challenge you to say, yes, they weren't barred from voting, but the whole original part of the case, Reggie would be right in that case. This whole shit started because of Louisiana only having one Black district. So they were.
Well, why should Louisiana have any Black districts?
Because 33% of the population is Black. You should at least have 2. That was the original part of the whole. Hold on, bro. The lower federal court, they agreed. That's how this started, Thunder. They agreed that you should have at least that they told them to at least you should at least have 2. based on the amount of the 33% population that you have in Louisiana.
Yeah, we know that. I'm saying,
right. So wait. You just said
why are they saying that?
Hold on. But you saying why should they have any?
Yes, why should they have any black districts? Why?
Black majority districicts. Since you need
black majority districts. Why should that be the case?
The federal court, the lower. You can look this up.
No,
I'm
the lower court said this. I agree with you. The lower courts did say this. We agree.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
They gave them one, then they came back and gave them another one, and that's when the 24.
They already had one.
I already said.
No, you said they gave them one. They already had one, and they told them to go create another.
They had one.
Okay.
They had one, and they tried to create another one. Right?
No, they were told.
They were told to create another one. They were
told.
That's when the 24 non-African Americans got together and created this lawsuit. Right? So you're correct. The lower courts did say it was cool, but it was based on what was already been allowed from the Supreme Court to occur. The Supreme Court allowed Section 2 to be used to validify racial districts.
You know,
and now Section 2.
You keep quoting Section 2. Under Section 2, you keep saying, why should they be allowed? Under Section 2, a majority minority district is required only if a minority group's voting power is being diluted and certain criteria are met. That criteria is size, geography, and voting patterns. If all three are true, without a majority minority district, that group may never be able to elect a candidate of their choice. So should there be a majority black district? Yes, if they meet all three of them conditions, Thunder. Because if you don't do that, then what happens is you're literally diluting the power they would have by being the majority minority. Like, do you understand that, bro? I know we keep saying Section 2, Section 2, Section 2, but if you're asking me questions, I think you know the answer to. You might be fucking with me right now, but I think you know the answer to these questions right now. Now, if it's just done, Thunder, to just match population or just because it's black, then that's when you would have the issue, and that's what Louisiana basically presented. They presented a lot of other stuff, but the way they framed their case, they framed it as if race was the dominant factor and dilution was one of the problems. And you can't do that because that violates the Constitution.
Great job, Brass. I want to leave right now, but thank you for clearing up. I just think that when we have these arguments, they become very manipulative. Either a person knows, right? Either a person knows and doesn't want to show what the other factors are, or actually what the true law is. And then we have with these other crazies, they don't want to deal with definitions. They want to create definitions. So I think it would be a better case for American Dream and for Thunder to actually read the section, read what happened, instead of cherry picking points and asking me questions about how I feel. Right? I'm not in Louisiana. Right? What do I? But if you ask me about the law, right? I think Section 2 covers that. If you don't agree with Section 2, right? Well, Section 2 is the law, right? So Justice Thomas has his opinion about that law because of his particular stance, right? But he's not giving any way as to say what should they do. So I know that it's being manipulative for a particular vote at a particular time period to save his own black ass.
All right.
So, Thunder, do you understand? Before we go forward, bro. So it's not that they deserve. It's not about what they deserve. When you want to protect Section 2, or you want to enforce Section 2, It's a remedy, not a reward. It's not. They're not rewarding them a district. If that makes sense.
All right. So New Jersey, right? You live in New Jersey?
Not my. I don't know. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Don't worry about it. So
Yeah.
the congressional New Jersey, right? New Jersey Congressional District number 10, right, is the only district in the state that has a majority black population. It is represented by Democrat LaMonica McIver.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume she's black with her name
She
LaMonica.
is beautiful
right?
lady. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So, it's and that district has a 54% population of black people. Right? Now, should that map be drawn to favor those 54%, or should the map be drawn and it just so happened that 54% of the population of that district just so happens to be black?
No, you keep focusing on the fact that they're black. The way Section 2 clicks in, and this is why it's clear to understand it, and I know you do. Like I said, I think you just fucking with it. Well, if the voting power, if the minority group's voting power is being diluted, I'm not gonna go away from the law. I'm not Reggie, where y'all about to just pepper me with 1,000 questions. I'm gonna stay right in the law. If the voting power, hold on. If the minority group in District 10's voting power is being diluted, and they meet the criteria of, is the group large enough to form a majority? Is the group compact, not scattered everywhere, even if they are the majority? In the voting pattern, do they vote together? And does the majority vote as a block against them? If that's the case, then yes, it should be redrawn to be a quote unquote, if it's blacks, that's the minority. If it's blacks, that's the majority minority. Then yes, it should be redrawn. And that's based on Section 2, which you support.
Yes.
You mind if I say something real quick?
I don't
go ahead.
Let me just say something. Yeah, like what I've noticed is that, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if any other race that have had lines drawn in their favor. Like only black people have had that privilege of, gerrymandering in their favor. And I think the reason in my head that it's only black people that this is being done for is because black people vote 90% Democrat. So when they do these lines just for black people, they're doing it just for Democrats, just so Democrats win.
You dumb. I'm calling you sick. Let's fuck up.
Okay. I don't even know how to. I don't even like. There's so many.
You do know how to respond. You just did.
No. I can't even. Some shit. Listen. Some shit be so off the chain.
Hey, he right though.
No, he's not. But it don't. It's like we can go down this line.
I think it's off the chain, Brass. If Thunder thinks it's off.
No,
Thunder, do you think what I just said?
No, you brought up gerrymandering.
Let me just get. Do you mind if I just get Thunder's answer?
Yes, I'll take Thunder's answer. Your tag team partner. Go ahead and tag Thunder. Go ahead, brother.
Thunder, do you think what I just said is off the wall?
No, I think that. I never thought about it in that sense, but there is. I don't know if it's coincidence. But we got at least entertain it.
Powerful.
There is some powerful niggatry.
You understand that the Voting Act rights was never meant to be colorblind. Do y'all all understand that? That it was based. The reason why we had to amend the 14th and 15th Amendments, right, and come in with the Voting Rights Act, right, or to reinforce rather the 14th and 15th Amendments, right. It was about race. Do y'all realize that?
Yes.
This was never meant to be some colorblind or non-race based or only political. You should only do this for political reasons. You understand that the reason why is because after the Civil War, right, black people face so much racism and dehumanization, right, that they had to put in place amendments so that we can be recognized as human beings. Do y'all realize that right now?
Okay,
So
good.
this
So
was
now,
never, this was never, I heard earlier somebody say, well, it ain't supposed to be about race. And but no, yes, the fuck it was supposed to be about race, and specifically black folk. So what we're doing right now is kowtowing to a bunch of racist white supremacists trying to take our voting rights away.
hey, Corey, let me ask you a
So we
question.
acting like that's not what's happening here.
You trying to,
Corey, let me ask you a question.
before you ask the question, I want to say
Yeah.
something.
All right.
It's because you cut off some good shit, pause. But I want to say something. So just so we understand what gerrymandering is. If race was used as the dominant factor without justification, it's illegal. If it reflects real communities and prevents dilution, it's allowed. This is a simple thing, but it's these terms that get said in social stances where it's like you forget the law, and I keep going to the law. But I want to address one thing that American Dream said.
All right.
In Latino Hispanic cases, LULAC versus Perry, there's many cases after black voters. In Texas, 2006, LULAC versus Perry. Texas redrew a district to weaken Latino voting strength. The court said, this is a Supreme Court case, the court said that the map illegally diluted Latino voters in one district. That district had to be redrawn. Perez versus Abbott, Evenwell versus Abbott, that's Latino. There's many cases. In Asian American, less common, but they exist. California had to create Asian American opportunity districts because it was driven by population growth, advocacy, and legal pressure. It was based on the same principles in Washington State and New York. Native American cases. Now I'm gonna add in this. There's white cases. Shaw versus Reno, 1993. White voters challenged a majority black district. The Supreme Court said race-based districting can violate equal protection. Result, the map had to be reconsidered. Miller versus Johnson in Georgia. White plaintiffs challenged racial gerrymandering. Court struck down the district. So it's not just about, hold on, this law applies to all races, but we have to be clear. In Louisiana, if you're diluting the strength of the black vote in a majority minority district, and they all pretty much vote the same, and they all pretty much live at the same place, live in the same kind of area, and it's a large enough side to where to be affected, then Section 2 would be enacted properly. It's not gerrymandering. So we can't act like making it, the Supreme Court just now making it more difficult to prove the discrimination isn't damn near trying to gut civil rights and the Voting Rights Act, and Clarence Thomas saying he wants to go further. You can include race, Thunder. It can't be the main factor, but race can most certainly be involved. If Clarence Thomas is saying he don't want no race at all, then there'll be no need for the Voting Rights Act at this point. We could just fucking do whatever we want to do. And that's not because we're going to be harmed when that happens.
So what
I
you
want
said,
to know real
Braz,
quick, Braz, have we heard the term crack 'em and pack 'em?
Yes.
Have we heard that term?
Yes.
Right. So if we've heard that term, if anybody can pull that up, I'm finna get to the house now. But if anybody can pull that up, crack 'em and pack 'em. Right. That's a political term. It's a political term. So what crack 'em meaning divide them up.
Pack is concentrate. That's all it is. It's just,
and that's what they've been. And now y'all understand, I want y'all to understand the context of this, what I'm saying. You understand that we still live in a segregated society, whether y'all realize it or not. Like y'all can fake at it and you can go get my house anywhere. I'll be so sick of you niggas, bro. You can buy a house wherever you want to buy a house. But y'all understand that the residuals of redlining still affect us. So we still concentrate in neighborhoods. Y'all understand? Black people live by black people, right?
Yes.
And white folk live by white. Although it ain't legally segregated, we still essentially live segregated. Can we all agree on that?
Yes.
No.
Nope.
Hell
No,
no.
no, I live amongst white folk. I live
Because I
amongst
can
white
live
folk.
in, I live in, me, myself,
I don't give a
personally,
damn where
I
you
live in a
live.
white
We ain't talking about
neighborhood.
you.
I
Talking about the
can't, I
population of
can't
black people in the state,
stand
in the
you
country.
new
If you got a
niggas.
state, hold on. If you got a city that's 40% of
Relax,
Thunder,
Corey, you're
Thunder.
getting too emotional,
Hey,
bro.
Thunder,
No,
do
Relax.
the math.
because you
Hold on,
niggas
Thunder,
sit up and play
Let's
with
do
the shit that's
math.
most serious.
We about to
And y'all want to
argue.
get, and
I don't
then
wanna
and then
argue.
y'all will get y'all panties in a bunch
Just a
about who was
discussion,
I
scientists
know,
or
but I
not.
don't want to start clutching
Emotional,
pearls.
Corey.
Give me a second, bro. I don't want to get angry. Let's just keep it somewhat. Y'all about to go live anyway. Just keep it, because it's a simple explanation. If you got a city, Thunder, that's 40% black, if you take a goddamn map and split that 40% up, and they all live next to each other and they all meet the guidelines, but the way you draw the map, you split that 40% up 5 different ways, that means that they live in a majority. They can't possibly ever win an election in a city, even though they meet all the requirements. You can split that fucking 40% up 5 different ways and put 8% here, 8% here, another 8% here, another 8% there. And when you do that, now that 40%, that's a majority minority in a district. Now you done split that up to 8% in a whole nother district, and they could never get somebody that represents that particular 40% that meets all the requirements. Do you understand that? That's about as simple as I can. Hold on, before you say
Now
Brad.
watch American Dream try to take you back and convince you that we don't essentially live segregated.
Thunder, can you understand what that means? What
shit
Section
we do
2
in this
is, Thunder? Did I explain that?
Can I
easy
respond
enough?
to that, Brass?
So
Wait,
sick of
your
you
name
niggas.
ain't Thunder, Brad. I mean, Dream, 1 second. Thunder. I'm just trying to make sure Thunder understands what I'm saying. That if you take the 40% and draw the map and split that 40% up into 5 different 8%, you've taken the 40% that should have voting power in their district and turned it into 5 different 8% in 5 other goddamn districts. Now, no matter who that 8% votes for, they have no chance of ever electing somebody based on their actual representation of 40% in the city.
Called
Now,
cracking.
do you understand that, bro?
He's described cracking to
You
y'all.
gonna let me answer it?
Go ahead.
All right.
Now we're gonna somehow act like reality ain't real.
I'd like to
Go
respond
ahead.
to that when I get a chance, please.
So no problem. So the example that you use was a great example.
That was not a hypothetical at all in any way, shape, or form.
It was a great example. Thank you for sharing that. I do understand your example in which you used, no problem. Now,
crack them.
That's fine. You can crack them. But now
that's what it's called. It's called
no problem.
cracking them.
Now, what I would say to that is, to further elucidate. Now, our brother Brad's New Jersey probably has 40, 42, 43% Republicans up there, right? Now, we have places like Delaware, places like New Hampshire that are 40, 43, 47, 48% Republican, but they have no representation, no seats. This is right now, 2026. So if what you're saying should, in my opinion, is happening in the cases in which I'm talking about. What I'm saying is applying race to that.
But it's not illegal to apply race to it. It's only illegal.
It's not illegal to apply. It's not illegal to apply.
Right.
It's black people. It is illegal to
vote in New Hampshire. It's black people affecting
The
the
whole
vote in
Voting
New
Rights
Hampshire.
Act was based on race. What are you guys talking about?
Let Dream get in when you get a chance. please.
Go ahead.
Y'all need to go live. You and
Yeah.
Corey need to go live, bro. This needs to be an actual show. We can show stuff.
I don't even. Some
It should
shit
be.
I
It
don't.
should be.
You're not
Some
live. I
shit I
thought you were
don't like
live.
talking about because
It's content.
You're not live. I thought you were live.
when
No,
the
we are
wild
live,
part
but we
is
just live in the Discord. They're gonna go live like where you can
the
show
wild part
Y'all
is
been live on YouTube, bro. What you
No,
talking about? Y'all
listen
been
to
live
what
on
I'm.
YouTube
You
for 2
don't
hours.
dream. This is live in the Discord chat. We can't show sources. There's no hosts. We can't do shit.
Oh,
We
okay,
just, we
okay, my bad.
I'm talking about like an actual.
Understood. Got it. I got it.
ahead.
But here's what I would say though, to respond to what you said.
Did you understand what I said first, please?
Yeah, absolutely. You said,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. Now, the only reason why that I think you said 50% of the population is black, and if you 40%.
Yes,
The only reason why that 40% voting power would be diluted is if they all vote the same way. Right?
Exactly.
You're concerned. So it goes to speak to
But
what I
that's part of
said
the
earlier.
qualifications for Section 2.
if they
But let me-
all vote for their
Hold on,
for their
hold on.
best interests, if they all
Hold on.
vote for their interests, right? Listen, I don't.
I know
listen,
you don't
the-
want to
some
play. I
shit-
know, bro. I
Some
know,
shit
bro.
just cannot be played with
I
here.
know, bro.
And
I know.
this is a big time missing disinformation is how we get here.
But there's a.
This
I know,
book-
but
this
but we
shit.
can hit them with actual information. Let's hit them with actual information before we cuss them
Yeah,
out.
but I'm saying no, I'm not saying cuss them out. I'm absolutely saying hit them with the information, but
Right.
don't play games.
I'm not playing at all.
Play. Don't
Yeah, I'm not playing
concede
at
to
all.
no
That's why I'm just
bullshit.
going
Just finish
straight
what I
up.
was
Go
saying.
ahead. This ain't
I'm
to
not
be
playing at
played
all.
with.
By the way,
This ain't one
by the
of
way,
the ones,
Green,
Brad. Hold
before
on,
we
Brad.
continue.
Brad, real quick,
Go ahead.
Brad. This ain't one of them ones where you humble out.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? This ain't that. Like when incorrect shit is being said, this ain't one of them ones where you say, you know what, I can't argue everything. This ain't that no more. We're not in
But you
that
can argue
time
against it without being
anymore.
emotional, though, Corey. You can
No,
argue against it
absolutely
without
you
being
can. You
emotional, without
absolutely you
cursing,
can,
without doing
but
all
you
of that. Like,
can allow me to finish what the hell I'm saying, and then maybe I won't get aggressive and emotional. You know
you
what
the
I'm saying?
one that cut me off, bro. But go ahead.
I actually cut Brass off. I said, Brass, excuse me, Brass. Right? It's what I did.
could've
That's
sworn
what I
was
did.
speaking.
Maybe Brass
Go
cut
ahead.
you off, right? But when I came
you
in,
off and then you cut me.
when I came in, I said, excuse me, Brass, not to cut
Yeah.
you off. But right? Didn't I say that? Ain't that how I came
That's
in?
exactly how it went.
That's what happened.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
All right. So what I'm saying is, Brass, I want you to hear me, and I want you to hear me. I want everybody to hear me. This here is what I've been saying the whole time. So for the 3 years that we've been on Discord, right? This is the type of shit that's not to be played with. This is the shit that's dangerous, very dangerous. And the misinformation has got America in the position that America is in right now. And the humbling out and I can't fight every fight, right? This ain't the time for that no more. We passed that. We're in the time where everything needs to be corrected and everything needs to be clarified. But go ahead.
So the reason why I stopped you for a second, Dream, the reason why I stopped you for a second, you can go right back to your point, is because Thunder is a master of bringing up shit that ain't got nothing to do with what we talk about. So first we talk about Louisiana, then he go to Jersey. That shit didn't work. Then he moved to New Hampshire and Delaware. Now here's the funny part. That what most people don't know. Delaware has one district. The entire state is one district. Now let him get his shit off. No, I didn't let him do that. I'm just saying there's no way to redraw a map where there's one district.
Okay.
One. New Hampshire has two.
Yes.
So you can split them, I guess, but it's two. So there's some state. The reason why you have to have these conversations more like with where you at in Georgia and other places is because then you could actually crack and pack effectively, if that makes sense. So that's why you don't necessarily hear those conversations. Like I think there are some states pardon my math, but I think some states it wouldn't matter because they're like 90+% white. So isn't Vermont? There's a state, I think it's one up there in that that's like 90%. So you wouldn't even have that conversation. So bringing it up is no point. It's just a distraction. We talking about Louisiana. You could bring up Jersey, that's fine. But we have an independent audit group that does our mapping, and we only even look at it, I think, every 5 to 10 years. So we don't operate in a situation similar. Most of this is going to happen in southern states. Like a lot of these cases on the Voting Rights Act are North Carolina, Mobile, Alabama, Louisiana, where you have concentrated pockets of Black people, California with Asian people, Texas, you'll see a lot more Latino cases in regards to that, because there's pockets in those individual areas of those specific racial groups that meet the requirements for Section 2. The all three and the voters, their voting power is being diluted. So it's not just a Black thing.
Louisiana, as you said, 1/3 is Black, and 80% of those Black people are registered Democrats. So that's why, sometimes they attach partisanship to this issue, but you can't remove it from the Black reality in Louisiana.
Right. And then remember, they just did what they were told. A federal court told Louisiana to create a second Black district. It's just when they did it, Louisiana created it and just basically made race the main factor. And that was the way that the 6 could vote against it, because you can't make it. Race can be a factor, it just can't be the main factor. Whether you agree with that.
What you about to say, Dre? They showed, they dogged your ass out.
No, I ain't dogging him. I'm listening to him. That man got a channel. He making some content. Hopefully he could take this and do something with it. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, the kind of...
The 40%. I cut you off at the 40%. You said so.
Yeah, I was just saying the reason that you're able to say that Black people's voting power is diluted is because in your head, you know that Black people vote the same way. They vote 90%. Truist just said it was 80% for the same person. So that's why, in my view, that's why it's important for the Democratic Party to draw lines around Black populations. And that's why they focus on Black populations, is because they know that Black populations vote only one way. And we're the only people that vote like that. They know that if they put lines around Asian populations, they don't know how those Asians are going to vote. So they're not really interested in doing that. Same thing with every other race. They only know that Black people are going to do it. And that's the main reason they do it, is because they know how Black people are going to vote. So that's why they're so focused on Blacks. And yeah, that's pretty much what's up, son.
So then the inverse of your logic would be true, that the Republicans would go out of their way to suppress that.
Yeah, they would. If your goal is to draw lines because you know that a certain people vote a certain way, and if that's your motivation for drawing the lines, then I would see why the Republicans would have a problem with that. I don't understand why anyone would not. I would have a problem with that.
Well, I don't. It's not in my head that we all vote the same, Pauls. But if you got 40% in a city and it's concentrated and it meets all the requirements, they vote together, live together, size, and their power will be, and their voting power would be diluted by cracking that up and packing that and packing it somewhere else.
That's racist.
If you're doing that, you're saying that it's my head, but that's a fact. You would be taking away their power to vote for who represents them. That you're taking away their power. It doesn't.
I agree, Brad.
You're directly targeting a racial group and trying to take away their political power. That is racist, bro.
I agree with you. I agree, but the opposite also works. If you're grouping people together, listen to me, Chef, listen to me. As certainly as if you group them together because they're Black, that's also racist. If you split them up because they're Black, your view is if you split them up and dilute their vote, that's racist. But what I'm telling you is if you put them together to get their vote, that's also racist, and you shouldn't be able to do either.
Yeah, but the reason it was done that way is because it was diluted first.
I'm saying, which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Dilution
And
came
regardless,
first.
and regardless,
The
and regardless of
dilution
which one
came
came first, the thing that came first for y'all is stuff that happened 300 years ago. And now, and today, y'all want to change yours today to fix disparities that happened 300 years ago.
Why did you just fucking say that from the beginning, bro? That was your perspective. You should have just told me
that it took this long. I mean, I wish I would just get this shit out the way. Yeah, I wish I would get it out the way, but I hate that it took this long for you to be saying the actual issue of some shit that's been enacted since 1965 is from 300 years ago from y'all.
When we asked about the Constitution being colorblind, y'all brought up the 3/5 shit, and that's not even a part of the Constitution.
I didn't bring in 3/5. I didn't say that shit. I did not bring it.
Y'all, somebody brought it up. All I'm saying is somebody brought it up, and that's 300 years ago.
I knew Domo. I knew Domo was going to get irritated enough.
Talking specifically about the voting right shit, right? And the gerrymandering and the cracking and all of that. And you just took that and said the shit happened 300 years ago. So what's going on right now? Are you
what I'm saying happened 300 years ago is because y'all said there were disparities. Y'all said there are disparities that happened, and that these laws.
Voting. Right now in this conversation, we were talking about voting. You were arguing against the Supreme Court, for the Supreme Court recent decision, right?
Yes.
Right. So how do you then turn and try to make that a 300-year situation when we're specifically talking about the Supreme Court decision that just went down? What are you talking about?
No, y'all are talking about the disparities that happened to Black people for the reason, and it's because of these disparities. You said it's because of these disparities why those lines were drawn the way they were. And what I'm saying, when I said 300, I was just putting that number out there.
Hold on. For voting.
And let's be clear, right?
For voting, regardless, okay, for voting. But when I said 300, I just threw that number out. But what I meant was something that happened a long time ago.
You just tried to
what I meant was a long time ago.
The conversation about Black people voting Democrat is propaganda. Period. Like the way that because first of all, the whole idea of majority minority districts don't have nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. It has to do with a population and whether or not that concentrated population has the ability to elect a candidate that represents them. There is no language in Section 2 that says that they have to vote for whomever. It's a question of this populace, this voting block is concentrated in a particular area. However, this voting block in this area is being divided up, as so eloquently explained earlier, in a way to where even though they all exist in the same community, they live all in different districts. So the idea is that regardless if they want to vote Democrat or Republican, they don't have the ability to influence the election in a way that would reflect their concentrated numbers. And the reason why that disparate impact only ever became relevant was because Congress, to clear up any confusion about what would be a justifiable reason for Section 2 to be deployed, is disparate impact. Like, so making this about whether or not Black people vote Democrat and all this other shit is a part of the script that we have been fed since 2016. I don't want to, if you can't give me a list of policies that have been presented by the other side, by any other side, to work to the benefit of that community, stop bringing up who they vote for. If you ain't talking about legislation, if you ain't talking about bills being supported, bills being put on the floor, like it specifically was called racial interest bills, and what data shows which side actually is invested more, whether or not they care. There's data that, man, it's a study that came out in 2014 called Racial Winners and Losers in American Party Politics that showed that things like poverty, unemployment, homelessness, all of these things rise under Republican administration, specifically for Black people.
Oh,
only how much you want to bet? But if put the money up, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
I made a service in Detroit.
Racial winners and losers in American party politics.
I made a service in Detroit. I made a service in Baltimore. I made a service in
What are you talking? Again, that's propaganda. That's propaganda. You can look. I can show you. I can show you. I cited a study. Racial winners and losers in American party politics. You give me an antidote. They don't do nothing. Asking me how many people is wholly irrelevant.
I made a service in Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't know what. But regardless, if the only reason people talk bad about black people is because they think black people are dumb. That's it. It's like black people don't know what their best interest is. So because we've been brainwashed and we don't understand our best interest, we can't separate the lesser of two evils. Then that's the only reason we do that. And any empirical study of black voting habits specifically has to do with the impact of policy on communities. And all of these, as much as you hear people talk about why black people vote Democrat, you will never hear them talk about the like legislation. It'll never be a conversation about policy. Because while we're talking about why black people vote Democrat, at the same time, we're having a conversation about the concerted efforts for Republicans to make it harder for black people to vote. So you telling us that black people don't recognize voter like disenfranchisement and efforts to undermine their access to power. Black people don't see that. Black people don't hear how these other politicians talk about black communities and how they talk about black people.
All right,
like we don't know the legacy. We don't know the legacy of Nixon. We don't know the legacy of Bush. Like, what are y'all talking about, bro? Like, y'all, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all niggas get up here. Y'all niggas are propaganda. That you're not actually talking politics. You're not actually talking legislation.
And all you're doing is cursing. We're not talking politics, and all you're doing is cursing.
And with all these cuss words, I provided more information than all the bullshit that you politely preached while you've been up here.
Yeah, congratulations. You make a lot of sense through your cursing. Now let somebody else speak. Now let somebody else speak. Now let somebody else speak. Now let somebody else that's not going to curse speak.
What are you talking about?
Let someone who's not going to curse speak next. Someone else wants to speak.
Right. Because all you're trying to do is spread the same bullshit propaganda that you hear.
This dude doesn't know how to shut up. Dude, just keep talking.
I don't. I'm going to keep going.
Look.
I'm definitely going to keep going.
You don't know how to stop.
Because I do this for real.
You do this for real. You run your mouth for real. I know. You run your mouth for real. Does the Democrat Party pay you to run your mouth? Does the Democrat Party pay you to run your mouth?
Anytime they bring up Democrats, that's propaganda.
Do they pay you by the word?
This is where this is a useful idiot.
Do they pay you by the word?
Controlled opposition.
Oh, God.
Like, what are we doing? I mean, somebody
wants to say something. Go ahead, Thunder. What you got to say, Thunder?
Challenge me on the statement that I made.
You won't shut up and let anybody speak. I will challenge you. You don't shut up. I will challenge you. You don't shut up.
I'm sorry, you weak-willed ass niggas.
We're gonna challenge you if you don't shut up.
I really do this. So if y'all niggas
you really don't shut up.
Look at how he's talking.
Shut your mouth and let somebody challenge you. Why don't you be quiet?
If the platform, if the niggas running the platform is like, nah, Damo, you gotta go. All right, then cool. But you niggas is getting sensitive about being told it's our propagandists and just reading the script.
Like a woman, bro. No woman don't talk to me with this nigga.
Y'all notice it's y'all that are cursing. Have y'all noticed that it's y'all on your side? Why y'all on your side?
Don't even talk this.
Why y'all so emotional? Why y'all so emotional?
Because I care about this shit, nigga. That's why, nigga.
You're too emotional about the conversation, bro. You're way too emotional about the conversation.
You niggas like running y'all mouth. I really do this.
You do
You
what,
really
bro?
do this. I know. Run his mouth. Look
What
at
you
this
do,
man
nigga?
running his mouth.
What you do? Tell me what you do.
I just shook it up. These niggas is hurt.
Tell me what.
Niggas
Tell
is
me
mad.
what you
Niggas
do.
are asking me what I do. Niggas can't
Hey,
respond to what was. Niggas
hey,
is caught
tell
up
me
on
what.
me.
Tell me what. Tell me what you do, bro.
He won't let people talk, but then he says
Don't worry about
nobody
it,
wants to
Dre.
respond.
Hey,
Nobody
Dre,
wants to respond because you don't let
Dre,
them.
hey, Dre,
None of
let's
that.
have some time. Come on. What you be doing, bro? You say you do it for real. What you be doing? You say?
What I said. Look me up. Respond to what I said. Respond to what I said.
What you? Oh, now you want to respond?
These weak-hearted niggas that get caught up on, well, what do you respond to what was said, nigga? Fuck what you talking about.
Why? Why should we have to respond? Because you are supervisor.
Then shut up. If you're not gonna respond, then shut up. Don't ask me what I'm. Don't ask me what I do.
You are supervisor.
You can shut up. What is wrong with this nigga? This nigga talking about what you the nigga? Look me up, nigga. Look it up.
You are manager, bro. How this supposed to work? You done? All right, good. So let's get back. Let's get
Yo,
back.
Dumbo loves to hear himself talk. I've never heard anyone love to hear themselves talk like Dumbo. Dumbo, you love to hear yourself talk too much.
I love it. Love my voice. I love my
Dumbo,
voice.
you gotta
I know.
let somebody else speak, bro.
Whatever. Y'all niggas got
No,
it.
for real, Dumbo, you gotta let somebody else speak.
I don't even fuck with you like that. So you telling me to do anything?
Oh, is that why you don't
While
let me
y'all are
speak?
talking about let you speak, why don't you use that opportunity?
Say
Use that
something.
chance.
Because I start talking and he doesn't shut up. He just keep talking.
Talk, nigga, talk.
Silence, nigga. Silence. What the fuck, man? These niggas ain't. Hey, listen. listen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I messed up y'all hand holding. You was up here holding hands and patting each other on the back. Did I fuck that up?
These niggas scared to talk now.
Yeah, the fuck? Y'all, you begged him to
Wait,
shut
what was he
up.
supposed
He
to
shut
respond
up.
to?
Now you can
What
talk.
were? Wait, I even forgot what the hell he said. He just never shut up. Now, what would you like people to respond to?
Hey, bro. Listen. You're not equipped. You ain't got it.
Oh, nothing. Okay, we got nothing to respond to.
You're
Brilliant.
not equipped.
Here's what's interesting to me, right? Here's what's interesting to me. Y'all have a huge problem. You have no problems. Daniel, do me a favor. Boy, bring that inside. Y'all have no problem saying, dividing people up, or rather, you have a problem with dividing people up and diluting their vote, right? That you have a problem with, splitting people up. But the idea of putting people together to strengthen their vote, you support that. Dividing them up and diluting is racist, but bringing them together to strengthen their vote, you have no problem with. And that's the issue y'all are going to have to rectify, because that just doesn't make sense to me. If one of them is racist, the other one is as well. And the Supreme Court agrees with me. So I
Watch
don't even
this.
know what the hell y'all are talking about.
And this go to show you that these niggas will get up here and say anything. When we say that they're divided up, physically, they all occupy a concentrated area. That means that it's a bunch of black people that live in a central area. Nobody's putting them together. Nobody's saying you all go into this place and y'all all live in this community. They naturally live. I'm saying naturally, quote unquote, naturally, because we know how, communities get built, especially communities of color. But we're going to say right now, this is just how those communities exist. When they build the maps, they slice up communities that already exist. That's
That's
why
the splitting up I'm talking about.
Right,
That's the
splitting
dividing up I'm talking about.
Right. But but what you're doing is what majority minority districts recognize is that when you already have a concentrated community, that concentrated community should be its own district. So that concentrated community has an ability to vote for and elect. They have the type of numbers that gives them the opportunity to elect the type of candidate that reflects that concentrated area. When you divide up that concentrated area, it actually creates unnatural lines and unnatural borders that doesn't make sense in the
So
context
you
of
would be against all gerrymandering. So wouldn't that mean you're against all types of gerrymandering?
I am 100% against all. I am 100%
You're against
against
all
all.
gerrymandering.
The majority minority districts are not gerrymandering.
Hold on, did you just say you're against gerrymandering?
I am against all gerrymandering, yes.
So why do you oppose what the court just ruled?
Because the court just created justification for undercover racism and discrimination by saying partisan gerrymandering is okay. They said partisan gerrymandering is okay. You can't racial gerrymander. However, what the court recognizes is that partisan and racial partisanship and race are intertwined, which means even if you only account for the party, it has a racial impact. And the court is saying we don't care if there's a racial impact when you only focus on party, which means that people who have adverse interests to Black communities can say, I'm going to gerrymander based on party so that whatever happens to Black people, it is what it is, but it's a party gerrymander. That's why. That may be a little bit more complex for your simple logic, but your simple logic, the way you approach it, but understanding the fact that race and partisanship are deeply intertwined means they can get away with bullshit by just saying, I'm only doing this for party.
When you say race and party, you said race.
Go ahead.
When you say race and partisanship are intertwined, are you talking about like for all races, like the same way Black people? Because I understand what you mean if you're saying race and partisanship. I understand it with Black people because Black people vote overwhelmingly Democrat. But I don't know any other race that does. So what exactly do you mean race and partisanship is intertwined?
Let me ask you this. Do you know about the voting habits of any other races?
They don't vote 80% for any candidate.
Okay, well, so do you know how much the Asian community votes for any candidate or any party?
Not 80%. Not 80%.
Are you familiar with it at all?
It ain't 90%. It ain't 95%.
I'm familiar with it a little bit. I know it's not an 80%.
But okay, I get what you say that you know, right? Because of the propaganda and the script that you've been handed to say this same shit. But outside of chastising Black communities, have you looked at the voting habits of other racial groups at all?
Yes, when I look at voting records, it doesn't just give Black people, it gives all races. So yeah, I've seen them all, and the only thing I know is no other race votes for Democrat like Black people do. Black people are the most guaranteed voting block for Democrat.
Now watch this. This is what don't get asked. This is what don't get asked enough. Why do you think that is?
Why do I think that that Black people vote for Democrat?
Hold on. Why do you think Black people overwhelmingly vote Democrat?
What do you want to say, Dream? Because it's in people's interest, right?
I'm sorry, say again, Thunder?
No, I'm asking him. I'm asking him.
Because they're Black people's best interest, right?
I'm asking the question. Whether or not that I'm asking you what you I'm asking what you think. Don't ask me. I'm asking you.
Let me ask you a question. I think that Black people vote mainly I think Black people vote mainly Democrat because it's the only thing that's in Black people's best interest to keep voting Democrats for 70, 80 years. Okay, now what?
Now, do you think?
Now what?
The question is, do you think that's an accurate assessment?
You just asked me. Now you gonna ask me to. So you think? Okay, good. We should look at the results. You want to look at the results?
That ain't what I asked. The question that I asked you is, do you think it's accurate to say that their best interest was Democrats?
I think that I already heard what you said. What I'm saying is the best way to know that is to look at the results since the 1964.
So if you look at if you look at the results, are you saying that are you saying that based on the results
Yeah,
that's accurate?
when I look at the results, I think that black people did the best job and just continuously vote Democrat. I think that when we look at places like Baltimore, places like Detroit, places like New York, California, when we look at these places, I think they did the best that they could do. I think that was in their best interest to just vote Democrat. When you look at Flint, when you look at all these damn places, I think the best thing they could have ever done was to continuously vote Democrat for the last 100 years. Yes, I think so.
Oh, this is the script. I know this is the script. Do you vote?
You said,
Whoever
do I
was
vote?
just you vote. Yes.
Do I vote? Yes, I do vote. Yes.
You vote. What direction do you typically vote in?
My brother, are you going to address what I just said?
Nigga
Do you
vote
agree? Do
Trump.
you agree?
The nigga vote Trump.
No,
He vote
you asking me
Trump.
questions. You asking me questions. Now, do you agree? Do you agree that since 1964, it's been in black people's best interest to continuously vote Democrat? Do you agree?
I do.
Okay, good. So you believe that the state in which black people are today is the best it could be as a state?
I'm not gonna say it's the best that it could be, but what I'm gonna say is it's better than the alternative.
Okay, good. So you believe, right? So that means it's best. So it's the best. It's the best.
No. Being better than the alternative. No, being better than the alternative.
But it is right. So it's best. If it's better than the alternative, it's the best alternative, right?
It's better than the alternative.
Good, but it's the best. So right. So it's best. So it's
what I'm
best.
saying? No, it's better. It's better than the alternative.
What's the best alternative? What's the best alternative?
You're trying to pigeonhole the term best to make a point.
My argument is that what's the best alternative for black people?
My focus ain't the best. It's the better alternative in a two-party system, in a winner-take-all, first past the post, two-party system. The better alternative than Republicans is Democrats.
Good. So the Democrats in a two-party system is the best alternative, right?
It's a better alternative. It's a better alternative.
Okay, give me the best one.
I don't want to talk idealistically. I want to talk about what it is that we actually have.
Bro? You know what?
Yeah, bro, listen.
Bro?
We're talking about we're talking about political choices.
What's the best political choice for black people?
No, I'm saying that Democrats are a better alternative. I'm not playing the word game that you're playing.
So the best political choice for black people is the Democrat, right?
I want you to see, your argumentation is so bad that you're literally telegraphing your punch miles away. Like you're trying to, you have a reason why you want to force it. No. You have a script.
What's the best alternative for black people to vote?
I don't play that game. You have a script that includes the word best in it. So you want me to use that term in order for you to use your script. I've answered your question.
It's going to be a best.
All of that shit, nigga, that's a semantic game that goes beside the point. We talking about winner take all, first past the post.
A false dichotomy.
Period.
False dichotomy. As a false dichotomy. Really?
It is a winner take all, first past the post voting system. And that type of voting system, the two ideological sides that we have to deal with, Democrats versus Republicans, progressives.
Yes.
When we are using our electoral logic, what we know socially and what we know politically, what we know legislatively, Democrats are the best alternative. The reason why I would never call them the reason why I would never call them best is because primarily there is still the issue of racism and whiteness permeates both parties. So the Democrats can never be the best because the interests of black people will never be forefront in the Democrats. So they'll never be the best. But they'll be better.
All right.
They'll be better giving the same.
Okay, good. So would you advise for black people? Okay, good. So when we look at black people today, it shouldn't be no complaints. We made the best. We made the better, according to you, the better. Let's just say the better choice between Republicans and Democrats. So it shouldn't be any. Black people shouldn't have no problem there, right? Everything should be peachy.
That's ridiculous assessment. That means you don't understand black life in America. If you think, oh, because we voted Democrat, if the conclusion that you draw is well because you said that, then we shouldn't complain about nothing, bro. Like I have to call into question your ability to engage in this conversation.
No, we got what we voted for. We got what we voted for. I'm not gonna do the ad nails. We ain't doing nothing. We got what we voted for, right? So it was the best decision, right?
Well, saying that we voted for the better alternative doesn't mean that we got the best out of the situation. We got something better than what could be worse.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. What'd you say? Oh, bro, like you muffled and mumbled. I can't. What are you saying?
What? Yes, we could have done.
Hey, listen. Black people had to fight for everything that every right that we had ever had.
We got to do. We got to do twice as much. We got to do twice as much to get
This is black as hell.
That's what you about to go for. And Corey, you about to go. We got to do twice as much to get half as far. That's what you about to go with.
I couldn't hear you. Hold on. I couldn't hear what you said.
You say we had to do twice. We got to do twice as much to get half as far. That's a line you're gonna use.
No, I mean, I will agree with that, but that's not the point I was making. What I'm saying is, since we had to fight for every inch, right, and we still having to fight for every inch, right? We can look at both sides of the party. We can look at both parties and say, okay, this party is trying to maintain where we at now. This party is willing to move a little bit. Black people have gotten to, are we where we need to be, right? Are we in the ideal place? No, absolutely not. Do we got a long way to go? Absolutely. Are we finding ourselves right now being taken back to some of those places we had already came from, right? Yes. So what I'm saying is, I think what Damo is trying to say here is that it's not the ideal. We're not in an ideal position, right? But it's one party that's willing to compromise in a way that's profitable for black people. So I think that's pretty common sense. I don't think, and again, I don't believe that it's not, I mean, because we got two parties. You do understand that, don't you?
No, we have two major parties.
But not. But have you ever heard of it?
Listen. It's two parties. It's Democrats. The Democrats. It's the DNC and the RNC, right?
Yes, those are the two major parties. Yes.
Okay.
We have more.
So yes. So I mean, it's either you get down with that party, or you go over here and act like you're gonna have some type of impact and then your vote don't count, essentially. Right? Because we can do math. Black people can do math, right? I know a lot of people in the party that you represent may have put out there that black people was the scum of the earth, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And we welfare queens, right, and all of the rest of it, right? And we bringing down the genetics We're bringing the genetic pool down of America, right? That's what the party, that's what those in the party that you representing is saying about black folks, right? But I just want you to know that black folk do know how to do math.
Thank you for sharing that, Corey. I didn't know that, man. Appreciate that. I'll run back and tell the Republicans that black people can do math.
Absolutely. So again, that's why we ain't been fucking with them, and we ain't fucking with them still, right? So when they can get their shit together, right, and stop doing the bullshit that they pulling now with the Supreme Court and Donald Trump, that's fucking up for everybody, not just black folk, fucking up royally in every aspect of the government's responsibility. Every single aspect of the government's responsibility, Donald Trump, and not just Donald Trump, because he's just a symptom of the fucking disease, right? Yes. The fucking Republican Party has been counterproductive to American people.
Hey, Corey.
Since I've been alive, I don't know, like y'all all get to talking all this other shit. I'm talking about since I've been on this planet. Right? Since I've been on this goddamn planet. Hold on, bro. Let me finish this. Y'all just I heard a lot of bullshit from you today. And I didn't cut you off one time. You accused me of cutting you off.
I'm just asking you for the sake of my children. Can you not be cursing all the time?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm just listening with my kids, bro. I'm just asking you to
I apologize.
Respect, bro.
Respect. Listen, I apologize to you and your kids, American Dream. Listen, but what I do want everybody to hear, even the kids, right, is since I've been on this planet, I was born in 1981, right? Yeah. And ever since I stepped foot on this planet, right, the Republican Party has been doing damage to the common working American. He's waged war, and I can prove it year by year. And by golly, when we hit this live button, I'm gonna prove it. And this is what I always prove every day. You can, if you're a part of this Discord, the TMI Discord, right? Yeah. And you have seen anything that I've been sharing and posting, you know that the Republican Party has waged war in cahoots with the corporations, right? And interests and special interest groups, right? Yeah. They've went on a stealing spree and have stolen 90. They've stolen 79 trillion. And they're committing to steal $90 trillion from the working man.
And you're saying the Democrats, ain't did nothing. The Democrats ain't did none of that.
Well, absolutely. Well, not the Democrats as a whole, no. But there are people in the Democrats. The difference between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, right? There are real people in the Democratic Party that's actually fighting for the people, right? It's why America is still a democracy today. It's why we ain't fell off, because you understand that people are the other countries is still dealing with America, right?
Who?
Yeah, everybody. Name an American ally. I dare you to name me an American ally. And I tell you which one is done other than Israel. Other than Israel. You went. Come on. Let's be comment. Let's be. See, this is why I don't like really having the real the conversation with you, Thunder, because you don't like to have the real one. You never like to have the real one.
You asked me who
I said other than Israel.
But before your main point though, I want to make something very
El Salvador.
I converse with many conservatives, right? When that point that you just brought up about
let me this question. El Salvador.
how Republican
Stop it.
skewed
El
heavily towards
Salvador. I named
Republican policies are skewed heavily toward corporations and the elite, like already rich people. When that gets
Nancy
identified,
Pelosi got $30 million, and she ain't got nothing to do with Chief, with Nancy Pelosi, Bernie Sanders.
what he doing is
But Thunder, just let him get his point out, and then you can just throw your spaghetti against the wall afterwards.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
This proves my point. I'm glad he said it, because critiquing Republicans is not a pass for Democrats at all. But the only reason the opposition treats it as a pass for Democrats is because they don't have any evidence to refute the claims that are made about conservative policies. They're not going to say, let me bring up these statistics. Let me bring up these. They're not going to say, let me bring up these two. They're not going to say, let me
bring up a red herring like Nancy Pelosi.
Right? They're not going to say, let me show you the economy. Let me show you the jobs. They're not going to say that in the context.
What conservative policies are you talking about, though?
All of them. They've never had a good idea since 1981. They've never had a good idea since 1981. Name one. Name one good idea. Name one. Go ahead.
Hey, don't go. Which one are you talking about?
You bring up the conservative policies that are beneficial to poor.
My
nigga, listen.
Let's hear. I can't hear both of y'all. What are you saying, Thunder?
I'm telling you. I'm saying this man pointed out how historically Republican policies have been uniquely.
I asked you one question. What conservative policies are you talking about? Which one?
I'm talking with the Patriot Act. Which one? Huh?
Trickle down economics. The idea. You said what?
What's that policy?
Trickle down economics. You don't know what that is? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's get to the substance. Let's get to the substance of the conversation, Thunder. Let's not play games like you don't know what trickle down economics is.
Not a real
Which one initiated that?
Ronald Reagan initiated trickle down economics.
What bill did Congress pass to enact?
It was a policy. It was a Reagan. It was a executive policy. It was not a congressional act.
Right. It's a legislative focus. So any policy that deregulates, any policy that
crazy
to the benefit, so corporations can save money. Right. Any policy that gives corporations leeway to make it to where they can bring in more money. So that's not just one it's a set of policies that make things easier for corporations to make money, because the idea is that when corporations make more money, then that money gets passed.
Hey, Thunder. I know you do the Socratic thing. I know you do the Socratic thing, right?
I'm asking.
But you actually have to, I know you asking because that's the Socratic thing that you do. But what I'm saying, Thunder, is you have to bring some substance to the conversation, right? So if you're gonna keep saying, listen, Thunder.
You
cannot, hold on, Thunder. Listen, you cannot keep saying what is the congressional act that the Republican, and you talked about policy at first. So when we start talking about policy, you cannot then keep saying the same thing over and over again. That's not the Socratic method. That's just you just repeating yourself over again.
What are the tenets of the policy that makes up trickle down economics?
This is what I do. This is what I do. Right?
Listen. So listen. Let me explain it to Thunder. Right. So
ahead,
what you do in a very basic, in a very rudimentary way, Thunder, is that what you do is you give out corporate tax breaks. Right. When you make sure where corporations pay little to no taxes. Right. And the burden of the government's responsibility is put on the everyday average worker. Right. And with that, how that's supposed to, quote unquote, supposed to, we all know it ain't even supposed to work this way. Right. But how it's, quote unquote, supposed to work out is that when you give those corporations tax breaks, right, that then translate into raises for the employees and gainful employment for the employees. And 40 and let me tell you, in 40 years, the working class has not had a raise that keeps up, that reflects inflation in 40 years. Again, since I've been on this planet.
Yes. And you're blaming Republicans for what's happened.
I'm blaming policies. I'm not blaming individuals. I'm not blaming individuals here.
No policies to break the
policies, the ones that you asked about. Now, Thunder. I'm asking you, Thunder. Now, I'm asking you, Thunder. Now, I'm asking you.
And I'm gonna come right back to it though. Go ahead.
You're not worrying about bringing any substance to it. All you doing is questioning. So now, no, I'm asking you, are you bringing any substance to the conversation, or are we just teaching you?
What was your question, Corey?
I didn't have a question. I'm saying, no, I haven't made any arguments. I haven't made any arguments. I came in and heard what you said. And then I corrected it. I came in and I heard what you said.
You and Domo said that Republican policy, conservative policies, is why Black people are in the position that we are in today.
Yes, absolutely. Those types of policies maintain. They help to maintain why we are in our position. Don't you understand that there's a number? Thunder. You just can't overtalk me, bro. Don't you understand that there's a number? Thunder. I'm trying to answer it, but you keep asking while I'm answering. Right? So what you said is true, but I want you to understand that it's not only those types of policies that is for the reason why Black people are in the position, but it's a number of things why Black people are in the position that they are. Those policies are just something that add to it.
Okay, that's fair. You're saying only conservative policy, not Democrat.
No, I never said that. I never said that. I never said that. He never said that. And that doesn't have to be the qualification. See, the thing is, right? Why not address those bad policies that you voted for?
What bad policies?
No, we just talked about the trickle-down economics that's been going on for 40 years.
That's not a policy, though, bro. That's not a policy.
Listen.
You're talking about shit ain't real.
Trickle-down economics is not a policy,
man. I'm not gonna get my blood pressure up with that. I hear you. Y'all. I see where y'all at now.
Do y'all do debates on this platform? Because I don't even like doing the panel shit. Niggas can say anything. Do y'all do debates on this platform?
There's not a policy.
When you got 10 minutes,
no. So they don't have a policy called. We never said they had a policy called trickle down economics. I explained to you what trickle down economics was, and how they affect, and how No, and
Was that
they enact policies that
which ones? And y'all are struggling to
so
answer such a
when I
simple
talked about the corporate
question.
when I just talked about the corporate tax breaks, the big like in the big beautiful bill, I just explained this to you, Thunder.
Okay, good. So the big beautiful bill. Thank you, Corey. So
I
you
just
believe
explained this. Hold on, no, listen, Thunder, listen, because while you're asking questions, you missed me explaining it to you. So now I'm going to come back and reiterate.
Now you're
no, I'm coming back. It's not Thunder. You just don't even. Ain't no way I can even conversate with you. I can't. I can't
Go ahead. Thank you. So you're saying that the big beautiful bill is a policy that's been going on the last 40 years.
Beautiful bill has policies in it. That's a bill. The big beautiful bill is a bill.
Policies in it. It was passed by Congress, and the Congress have policies that make up the bill. Called 100% correct. No overtime. No tax on overtime. No tax. No one's policy that make up the bill. I'm asking you, and which that's in that bill is hurting black people.
It's like literally, this is an individual that says, I'm going to actively misinterpret the things that you say to make a point.
Right. That's why I can't. It's exhausting because that's all you got to do is keep repeating yourself over and over again. Go ahead.
This is you,
Thunder.
This is you.
Show me beautiful.
Hold on, Thunder.
What policy the big beautiful bill is detrimental to black people? Go ahead.
Man cannot go to any intellectual circle.
You know what's in that American dream? What you saying?
Thunder, Dummo wants to debate with you. Dummo wants to debate you, Thunder. Do you accept?
About what?
Whether or not
debate him on.
Whether or not policies geared towards protecting corporations are detrimental to the average person, and whether or not they have been the past 40 years.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion, bro.
No. Empirically, I can prove it. Empirically, you can make the argument that it's not. Not prove it.
Go ahead, create your presentation. I'll look at it, and then I will talk.
Nah, you gotta agree to the debate. If you ain't gonna do the debate, I'm not creating no presentation to teach you. I'm not creating no presentation. I'm gonna create a presentation to prove you wrong.
Bro, I didn't debate them. I got nigga games.
Oh, but you'll come up here and play these dumb games. You do this dumb shit.
This is entertainment. This is entertainment.
It's entertaining for dumb people. It's entertainment for idiots.
If you have entertainment, maybe let's say something about you.
Because anybody with any type of level of intelligence or listening to what you're saying and being like, this nigga can't be serious. This has to be a character. This has to be a character that you play on. Like, you can't move around like acting like this. This has to
so
be.
we're gonna do the ad hominem. There we go. I knew it was coming sooner or later.
If I get on a panel and just start saying a bunch of ridiculous shit,
I knew the insults were gonna come. Go ahead, dog. Don't get that.
I do it too.
And Thunder, have you noticed, Thunder, that the insults are only coming from one side? Have you noticed that the insults is only coming from their side?
Your conversation is an insult. Straight up. The way that you dialogue is an insult to intelligence. The conversation that you have, it's disrespectful to people.
Justify your insults if you wish. Justify being insulting if you wish.
There's no moral code that you about to make me feel bad about, bro. You a dickhead. Straight up.
Listen, man, you're only proving you have a crush on me. You're only proving you have a crush on me, bro. Go easy.
Okay, whatever.
Go easy. You're only proving how much you adore me.
The way that Corey and the rest of y'all, the way y'all get down, y'all politeness, I think it's cool. I like that. I like this. I'll be, you know what I'm saying? But I just don't. I'm not about to let a nigga piss off my leg. I'm not about to let a nigga act dumb while we're trying to converse and then be like, well, I'm just trying to have a conversation. Why are you throwing out the insults? You on here acting stupid. Why else would I throw out insults?
Domo, I can tell you you're stupid too, right? Domo, everything you said is dumb as shit to me. But I didn't say that to you. We can say the same thing you're saying, bro.
Don't do that. Don't do that. So American Dream. He is not allowing him to deflect. Well, the only thing he's doing now is deflecting from the question I answered. In the big they're not asking for incarceration policy. Which policies are
partners? Unless you're willing to debate it, I'm not all this the panel shit. I will I'll explain this to you on the clock. Not getting on the clock, nigga. At this point, because of the way that you chose to engage, I got disrespect for you. I don't really have like the intellectual. Let's act like we having a conversation. Nah, you play dumb. I'm not playing dumb with you. Why would I do that?
You weren't playing dumb. You weren't playing dumb when you said trickle down was a you weren't playing dumb. You were being really dumb.
Who got a crush on who? I don't even think you. Like nothing.
Were you playing dumb when you said trickle down was a Republican policy? Were you playing dumb, or were you just naturally being dumb?
You ain't gonna take the debate either. You ain't gonna take it.
I'll take it right now.
Don't take it, man.
No, I'll take it right now.
He can't tell you. He can't tell you what
I ain't scared of Dumbo.
He can't tell you what
policy. Scared of him.
He can't tell you
Dumbo. Ain't nobody scared of you, Dumbo.
Look at certain policies he's talking about. I got a nigga 10 times. What conservative
you say that Republicans are the only? They're the only reason. Republicans, just the Republicans. You sound like a dream. You sound like a
he didn't say what conservative policy yet.
The rest of y'all niggas, the fact that y'all tolerate
20 minutes ago. What conservative policies are you talking about?
I applaud y'all patience.
That nigga still ain't answered. That was 10 minutes ago. He heard 20 minutes to think about policy and he can't even do that.
Because like I feel like y'all do this with this nigga often. And I'm saying I wouldn't have nothing but disrespectful shit to say to people that act this stupid. It's like, look, everybody watching can see that we tried to keep the conversation on the topic. And this dumbass nigga hits the panel and start asking dumbass nigga questions. And then start talking about you ain't understand. No, why would I answer you?
You have to make a conservative policy in particular you want to discuss.
Dumbass nigga, stop asking me shit. Stop asking me shit.
There you go.
His name is Dumbo. How's your name Dumbo and you're calling people dumb? How is Dumbo calling people dumb?
I don't do this, y'all. That's y'all.
You name yourself Dumbo.
When Corey has the patience, he will engage you the way that you want to be engaged. But
your name is, you named yourself Dumbo.
The way that you act, you're an idiot. And I know you are, and I need you.
You named yourself Dumbo.
I don't know you in person.
You named yourself Dumb Mo. Mo Dumb.
The character that you play on the
Put your name around, it's Mo Dumb. Can I call you Mo Dumb?
You may not be an idiot.
Mo Dumb.
Straight up. Even like y'all.
Mo Dumb.
Y'all try. Can somebody laugh at these niggas' jokes, please?
Powerful niggery at work.
Somebody laugh at these niggas' jokes. They need it. Is it a laugh track?
Mo Dumb. What? Somebody else a chance to speak.
Can somebody hit the laugh track? So these niggas
Mo Dumb. Mo Dumb. Give somebody else a chance to speak.
What's the conservative policy you say?
Because I ain't talking to this nigga. He keeps saying my name.
Mo Dumb. Concentrate.
Mo Dumb.
He not saying, and I was pressure on who?
What's the conservative policy you were saying about earlier?
This shit is ridiculous. But I can't talk because where I be at on the channel,
I can't answer the question. He still can't answer.
I tolerate dumbass niggas. questions sometimes too. But this, I don't know.
You still can't answer the question.
Just a damn shit, man. I don't give a fuck. What is the policies? I think
that's what I'm saying. Like, dummies just saying this show you. Like, he committed. He committed to the big. He committed to being a dummy.
What are the conservative policies that you want to discuss earlier today? Which one it was?
Y'all see how his comprehension is trash? I'm not answering nobody. I'm not answering nobody.
That's the dumbest shit you ever heard. You ain't no damn
bro. Listen, everything that you said on here has been dumb. Everything.
Look at down economics. That's a policy you can't deal with.
You added nothing of value to the dialogue. Nothing.
Hey,
so like
what are the policies that are different from the country? Which one you talk about earlier?
You asking me questions don't mean shit. You've added nothing to this dialogue but being a dumbass. And I'm willing to say it. Because I don't fuck with you like that. We ain't got no shit to where I'm gonna sit and pretend and
I ain't never talked to you ever. Ever.
These niggas don't know who you are. Not
I don't know who you are. I'm asking you about policy. What the policies you were talking about earlier?
I'll be polite to this slow ass nigga.
I'm asking you, what are the conservative policies that you were talking about?
He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. You're an idiot. You don't have the comprehension for it, bro. That's the king of the stack. Straight up.
Corey, you do shows?
Corey, did you come up with an answer yet? Because Dumbo can't seem to come up with an answer. Did you find a better answer than Triple?
Corey's not in here. Corey's not in here.
Corey left. Oh, okay.
Do you do shows, Domo?
Yeah, I do shows.
Hey, let's get together on some content. Thunder been ducking me, but Thunder good for them Discord shows. He don't like to get that camera and that light on him. He knows just a little bit. But yeah, I'm meet you up in the Discord because that's my thing is politics. I can talk about the shit all day. We've been live since 11. I'm exhausted.
Okay. Dumbo is way too arrogant, man. Dumbo got his head up his ass. He's way too arrogant.
Hey, that's how you know I make.
I hate to say it, Dream. That might be more further proof that I need to do a show with Domo.
Domo, get your head out your ass.
If you say it, if you that visceral, and you got that much vitriol, then I'm sure Domo is a content gem. I'm sure of it, bro.
Hey,
Jesus Christ.
This is the American dream.
I apologize.
American dream.
He got his
right on, bro.
Domo thinks he's better than everybody else.
I've been watching y'all
Thunder out of here. Good job. Thunder said, I'm out of here, bro. Fuck this.
I've been watching y'all platform, man, and I know y'all don't get in the mud like that, and so I do apologize for taking it there. You feel me?
Oh no! Hold on. That's me. Hold on. Just so we clear. Just so we clear, Domo. I'm the moderator that don't do that. But like you said with Corey earlier, Corey is cool to go. The whole panel is cool to go crazy. I'm the one that's trying to fucking hold on to the guardrails at 200 miles an hour. But it gets crazy, bro. This is what we put live.
The back
chats without live.
We crash out all the time, and it's controlled chaos, and you was within that boundary for sure.
I just got the call, bro.
But the Socratic method is not the 5-year-old tactic. Like, so what is it, Dad? Why does it do that, Dad? Why does it do that, Dad? Why does it do? I mean, like you said, that's not the Socratic method. Like that. What is that? I don't even understand what that is. You know what I mean? Like, and then when somebody as you're asking the question so many times that you didn't got it explained to you 3 times. And then the first time I explained it to him without him asking the second part. But he was too busy trying to keep asking another question that he didn't even understand that I answered the question. You just
gave a very poor answer. Your answer was
he asked about what the policy was, and we told I explained.
Trickle down is not a policy.
I didn't. I explained it to him. I explained about tax breaks. Do you remember when I talked about the tax break? And how when you give corporate tax breaks and make cuts to things like Social Security and Medicare and things like that, and so that you can, you understand that the working class, right, and the poor folk take the burden of that, the brunt of that burden. You understand that, right? Because in order to make up for those corporate tax cuts, right, they cut things like Medicare and Social Security, right? And they don't give no raises that keep up with the inflation that they've been price gouging on us for 40 years, right? The corporations been underpaying us and price gouging us, right? Plus getting the tax cuts, right? So what I'm saying is those types of policies, right, that keep the black folks down, because it not only keeps Americans down, regular Americans, but when things is bad for regular Americans, it hurts black folks even more. So I don't understand why you don't understand what these corporate tax cuts. You understand that your grandkids is gonna have to pay for this, and you understand that your grandkids is in debt. You don't understand how to do that math. That's simple math. When you get these people trillions of dollars in corporate tax cuts, $1 trillion, $3 trillion, $2 trillion, $4 trillion in corporate tax cut, where you think that kind of money got to come from? Because see, this is the thing which y'all ask for when we start talking about Medicare for all. Everybody starts saying, well, and you know how much that'll cost? It's definitely not in the trillions, Medicare for all. That's definitely not in the trillions. What's in the trillions is the corporate tax cut that they've been doing for 40 years. And you telling me, when I asked you, see, this is why I get upset. Because when I asked you, did you understand that your grandkids gonna have to pay for this? You said no. That's what pisses me off.
How do my grandkids pay for corporate tax cuts?
Listen, I'm not gonna explain that to you.
You didn't explain trickle down economics either. I'm saying you got to explain these things.
I didn't explain trickle.
You can't just say it.
Hey, look, listen.
You can't just say my grandkids is going to pay for it. I say I don't know what you're talking about. And I say explain how, and you say I'm not going to.
Because I'm not going to explain that.
Then I don't believe you. Then I don't believe you.
But
then I'm going to stick to my position.
Listen, I'm not the one that see. That's the thing. I'm not trying to convince you. But what I am gonna say is, you're not gonna say that I didn't explain trickle down economics and I just did it for the second time.
No, you didn't. You said trickle down economics means when corporate companies get a tax break, my grandkids are going to pay for it. And I said to you, how are my grandkids going to pay for it? And you said, I'm not explaining that. Unless you explain that, you haven't explained. Until you explain that, you haven't explained trickle down.
You're not going to do that with me.
Until you explain how it trickles down to my grandchildren,
I'm not saying economics. I'm not saying anything. So the trickle down is not gonna. Your grandkids are not gonna get trickled down on. That's my point. That's the point of trickle down economics. So what I'm.
Did Corey go mute or did I go mute?
Corey, we can't hear you, Corey. I see you talking, but we can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. I hit the button. My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you asked me a separate question. You asked me how the corporate tax cuts were going to affect your grandkids. I explained to you what trickle-down economics was.
Okay,
The second question was a second question that I don't listen. If
Corey,
I got to
I thought
explain
your
that to
explanation of
you,
corporate tax cuts, I thought your when I asked you to explain trickle down, you went into corporate tax cuts. So I thought this was all a part of
absolutely.
your trickle.
That was
Okay,
so
and the
that was
way
trickle-down economics.
okay, you said
the corporate
you said
tax
the
cuts,
tax cuts is going to trickle
your
down to
grandkids having to
my
pay for that is a
and I
separate
asked you
question.
how, and I asked you how does it come down to
That's
my
a separate
grandkids, and you
question
said
that
you're not going to explain that.
I'm not answering that. No,
Yeah, but unless you answer that for me, I don't
I'm not.
really know what you mean by trickle down and how it
Oh,
affects me. I
fine,
just don't know what you mean.
If you don't know that corporate when they saying that the reason why they giving these corporations tax breaks is because eventually those tax breaks are going to translate into money and raises and jobs for you.
Okay, that's trickle down.
That's what it's supposed to be. That's what they sell you. That's the dream they sell you. But you and I both know, because how old are you?
I'm old, bro.
Okay, fine. You over 40?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you know just as well as I know that's a load of bullshit then, don't you?
What, trickle down?
Absolutely.
That when you have
absolutely.
That when corporations have tax
That's a
cuts,
yes or no question.
No, I think there's some reality to it that when tax
so you don't so you
if I could just answer the question.
So you don't know it's a load of bullshit. No, so no, that was a yes or no question.
But let me answer the question.
It's either you know it's a load of bullshit or you don't. See, I'm gonna set up a false dichotomy like y'all do.
I mean, but let me respond, bro.
Okay. But you want to answer my question? Are you going to answer?
I am answering your question.
Is it bullshit or not? Is it bullshit or not?
Is what bullshit? The idea that trickle down
the
comes
idea
down?
of trickle down economics. Has that worked in this American economy in the 40 years that you've been alive? Go ahead.
Well, I haven't done the studies of it enough to know, but if I was a guessing man, I would say
you've been working. Ain't you been a working fucking man in America? No, because you fucking around with me. You fucking me around. Ain't you been working? Ain't you been working here in America? Because he telling me about some fucking research. I want to know about real life here. Ain't you been fucking working in America here? Ain't you a taxpayer? Do I want? Can you see these the real? See, he want to talk bullshit. He want to talk some bullshit. I want to know, have you been fucking paying taxes in your 40 fucking years? That's what I want to know.
Y'all can't even have a cordial conversation, bro. Y'all so angry about this
conversation. I want to know. Have you been paying tax? Have you been an upstanding taxpayer? I want to know. Have you been an upstanding taxpayer? Is what I want to know. For the 40 years you've been on this goddamn planet, have you been an upstanding taxpayer? See, see, they don't want to talk. They want to talk some bullshit with y'all.
What type of question is that?
It's very pertinent. It's very pertinent to the conversation we having here.
Have I paid my taxes?
It's
is that what you're asking?
very pertinent.
Are you asking me if I pay my taxes?
You know exactly what because I done asked the question. I done asked the question 5 times.
Corey,
you know what I'm asking and why I'm asking. See, this is why I be tired of talking to y'all, because you know exactly what I'm asking. No. You know exactly what. Listen. You know exactly what I'm asking and why I'm asking you this.
I have no clue why you're asking me that. Can you explain, please?
You've led me to ask you this. You've literally walked me here, right? And then now you're gonna turn around. Then you're gonna turn back around and act like you didn't walk me here. See, this is
so
what
what's the
I'm
next
saying,
question?
y'all.
So keep walking.
No, I'm still on the same question, but I'm
So
trying
keep
to point
walking,
out
bro.
the
What's the
fucking
next question?
the fuckery you on.
Bro, Jesus Christ.
Because you wanted
Yo,
to
this
waste
dude is
time.
difficult as
You
shit.
wanted to waste time, and now I got time to waste. See,
I'm ready to walk, bro. I'm walking with you.
No,
Yes, I pay my
you
taxes.
done already walk. Now it's my turn to walk. Let me walk.
Man.
Let me do the
Walk by
walking. I'll
yourself.
let you
Walk by
walk me.
yourself.
Now let me do
Go
the
ahead.
walking.
Walk by
Right?
yourself.
So okay, fine. I'm very willing to do that. You already know that.
I
right?
can tell.
I can go on
Y'all
and
love
on and on
walking
and
by
on and
yourself.
on.
Y'all love
I can
to
go
hear
on and
yourself
on.
talk. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Go
That's why
ahead,
the
buddy.
fuck
Knock
I get
yourself
on
out.
here.
Knock yourself out, Corey.
Why else would I get on here, bro?
You right. Go ahead. Keep walking.
All right. So what I'm asking you, right? Instead of
I'm not
having the
walking with
person,
you. Why are you asking me
no,
questions? I'm not walking
I don't
with
give
you.
a damn. I don't give a
Okay,
damn.
go ahead.
Right? Because when I was trying to have the pertinent conversation with him, right? The real conversation with him, he wanted to fuck around with me. He wanted to act like, well, I've never heard of trickle down economics. That's what he said at first, right? Then he said,
I ain't say I never heard of it. Cut it out.
well, you asked me what it was.
Cut it out.
Insinuating as if you didn't know what the fuck it was. Why? Matter of fact, the guy that you was in the car with said it's imaginary.
What we said was that it's not a policy.
Made up.
You weren't listening. We didn't say it's made up. We said it's not a policy, bro. You ain't even listening. You talk too much. You talk so much you don't listen right.
Listen. Is we still with the policy shit? We gotta go back to the policy shit again.
If we did ask you what trickle down was, it's because you said it was a policy, and we know
No.
it's. That's why we were asking you what it was.
We talked about Republican ideas first, is what we said. You remember that? We said Republicans ain't had no good ideas. Listen,
what's the policy, and you said trickle down.
Let me tell you how we got there.
I know. Let
me tell you how we got there.
You don't have to. I know.
We talked about Republican ideas. And one of those ideas was trickle down economics. Now, Thunder and him keep asking question after question after question after question, right? And us answering one question, at least me, I'm just speaking for myself. I can't speak for everybody else. And me answering one question, he already asking three other questions, right? So as I'm answering the question about the Republican ideas, because you remember I said that the Republicans ain't never had a good idea before, right? That was my initial statement. Since I done been on this fucking planet, they got bad ideas, right? And so by me talking about the bad ideas in the trickle down economics, he's talking about policy because he's on his fifth question before I could even answer it, right? You witnessed that, didn't you?
No, I can't remember witnessing that. I think he just asked me what a policy. I remember him asking what's the policy.
You don't remember the start of that?
Said trickle down.
Yeah, so trickle down was brought up, right? And then he
asked for a policy.
Then he asked, is that a policy? And we said, no, it's not a policy.
Okay.
Right? And then he said, well, how does trickle down if it's not an act of Congress? Because he talked about an act of Congress or some shit. Well, Congress didn't act on it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is we explained to him how that affects how the trickle down economics essentially is a policy, right? When how things take effect, right? When you say we need to stop spending, we need to cut spending, and all of a sudden we need to cut Medicare, and we need to take we need to cut funding for affordable housing, right? We need to put the 50% of the kids that got out of poverty due to those COVID relief funds and shit, right? That got out of food insecurity, right? We need to put them back in there, into being food insecure, right? So that we can pay for the corporate tax cuts. That's supposed to trickle back down on the working man, right? You're supposed to get raises and this and that and the other. But again, I told you, because this is why I asked, have you been working in the last 40 years? Because when I asked you, you said, well, I don't know because I hadn't done the research on it. You remember that? You remember when you said, I really am not sure because I ain't done the research on it. The reason why I asked you, have you been working? Have you been an upstanding taxpayer, right? Because you wouldn't have to do no fucking research. You'd be right with the 80% of Americans living hand to mouth, check to check, gig to gig. And you understand that Americans are the most productive working class in American history. We do more with less. We sacrifice more.
How do you know that? How do you know that the tax breaks weren't to my advantage?
Listen, I don't give a fuck about you as an individual.
I do.
So listen, that's the point. You always you understand that I was never talking about individually, though. You understand my argument. My argument was never about you as an individual.
But if it's about voting, Corey, if we're talking about voting, it has to be about me as an individual because I vote as an individual.
Stop. Corey, I don't give a damn about you voting.
Are we gonna have a conversation?
No, because you bullshit. You're not having a real conversation.
We're gonna have a conversation.
You playing. No, because you playing. And every time you start playing, I'm gonna point out that the fact that you're
but I don't
playing.
cut you off. I think you're playing, but I don't cut you off.
No, you playing. No, I'm not. You don't think I'm playing because I'm keeping it 100 with you. I'm not acting foolish with you.
Okay, you're not acting.
I'm not knowing.
You're not acting.
I'm not sitting here on this microphone.
Okay, you're not acting.
Let me tell you what I'm not doing. 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 I'm not sitting here on this microphone acting like that. I'm not a part of the 80-90% of fucking Americans here. You in the top, you acting like you sitting here acting like you in the top 1%.
Maybe not the 1%, but I'm in the top.
You're benefiting off the corporate tax cuts. I'm not. You finna pretend to me. You finna pretend to me, right? And me, what I'm saying is, stop.
No, you stop, Corey. You're speaking about people.
I'm saying
I'm not
stop.
poor. No, Corey,
I never said you was poor. I never said you was poor. I never said you was poor.
Then why are you telling me to stop saying I'm not?
I'm saying I never said you was poor, and I never said
you did,
to
bro.
stop
You
saying.
just said that I belong to the 80% at the bottom.
Absolutely do. You absolutely do.
So you are saying I'm poor. What the hell is wrong with you?
Being a part of
do you even listen to yourself, bro?
Being a part of the 80% of America does not mean you're poor.
So what are you talking about? What 80% are you talking about? So what 80% are you talking about?
Hold on, bro. Do you even understand what I'm saying?
That's why I'm asking you. What 80% are you talking about?
Americans.
If that's the case, I'm a part of the 100% of Americans, not just 80%.
What the hell? I'm talking about the 80% of Americans that live check to check.
I don't live check to check, nigga.
I don't give a fuck.
What is wrong with you?
I don't give a fuck, bro, that you can sit on this
What do you mean?
fucking
I give a
YouTube
fuck.
and
How
talk
you
shit
gonna
to
tell
me
me I live
about
check
that.
to check? I'm telling you
I
I don't, and your
give a
response
fuck
is I don't
that
give
you
a
can
shit.
sit
I'm
on
just
this
gonna say it.
YouTube and lie to me.
This nigga right here.
I don't give a damn that you can get on this YouTube and tell me that you ain't part of the 80% of America.
That live check to check? No,
And
I am not.
And
The
on
fuck?
average, and this is a
I don't,
hey, bro,
Corey, I do not live check
bro,
to check, bro.
listen, bro. Do you
Corey,
understand statistics?
I got a nice savings, bro. I don't live check to check.
Do you understand statistics?
Man, do you understand that I don't live check to check? The hell?
This is the problem. This is a very serious
I don't even know what
problem,
to
y'all.
tell you, man.
This is why I be frustrated.
So what you want me to do? You want me to
We
pretend I
never
live check
have
to
a.
check
We
so you
can
can make a
never have
point?
a.
Go
We
ahead,
can
Corey.
never.
I
We
live check
can
to check.
never.
Go ahead,
We
make your
can
point.
never have a real conversation because I don't know if niggas be trolling, playing, or really just ignorant.
Corey, if you don't mind, if I could chime in real quick, it's
Go
ignorance,
ahead.
bro. It's ignorance. Like he does when
Is it?
you that 80% ratio, he
It's
doesn't
coming from a
understand
guy
what's
who
mean
named
by that.
himself Dumbo.
He don't
Was
understand
it
that.
ignorance to call yourself Dumbo?
Right.
See, look.
Right. Do you
See,
see?
look. But
Look,
see, let's have a real conversation. See, look.
right. That's why I don't play. That's why I don't even pander to that.
Ignorant.
Like when
Why you ain't point that
they try
out?
to when they try to do that
Why
fake
you ain't point that out, Corey?
respectability, that fake respectability, I don't pay no attention to that. But here's the
Man,
thing, he
y'all,
doesn't understand.
shut your
He
mouths,
doesn't
bro.
understand the conversation
You
about
gonna come
income
in here calling
He
people
doesn't
ignorant
understand.
if you want
He doesn't
respect,
understand the conversation.
and your
We
name is
resource
Dumbo.
hoarding,
Man named
opportunity
himself
hoarding,
Dumbo.
opportunity deficits. He doesn't understand these concepts. Like the only, and this is why I say
Only
what I
you
say. This
understand
is
those
why I say what I
concepts,
say.
Dumbo. You're the only one that
People,
understands.
That's why. This
the
why I
only
don't.
time,
This Diamond. This why I be like, man, these niggas be playing.
Not
They
Damo,
get
it's
on here. They get
Dumbo.
on. They get on here to play and fake.
yes,
You
yes,
understand that number? Do you
yes,
understand that number here?
All right,
He
man. Let me mute
faking
out,
at it.
man. Let me mute out, man.
yeah,
Because y'all boys is
yeah.
bugging.
Nah, I
80% of Americans is living gig to gig, check to check, hand to mouth. You know what I'm saying? And he
like
don't. He think because he got it comfortable that means he ain't falling in that number.
the
Corey, do you live check to
You
check?
know what I'm saying?
Corey,
the
do you live
perceived
check to
You
check?
don't understand the statistics. That's
Corey,
why I asked you, did
Corey,
you
do
understand
you live
statistics?
check to check?
But
Me as
Corey,
an
here's the
individual
Yes,
ain't got
do
nothing
you
to
live
do with
check to
this.
check?
See, that's
What?
what I'm saying. That's why I told
Do
you I
you
didn't
live
give
check
a
to
fuck
check,
about
Corey?
you. It's the very answer why I told you I didn't give a fuck, because you don't. You understand
Dumbo, do you live
statistics.
check to check?
Do you
Dumbo, do
understand
you live check to check?
statistics? Do you understand the statistics? See, because
Brass,
you
do you
didn't
live
ask.
check to check,
See,
Brass?
you didn't ask so many questions, but you won't answer any.
Logic, do you live check to check? Small, do you check to check?
listen, I can easily say that I don't live check to check, but at the same time, I recognize though that my interests
I
is
think that
aligned.
proves his point. That's what's so frustrating to me, Damo.
Yeah, but that's what I was
He
gonna say.
actually think that proves his point, though.
My interest
Like
is
in
more
real
in
life.
line. No, he's
Yours,
never
I
right.
think it's
But that's what.
yours.
But
Whatever it
that's
was.
why.
Too
That's why
much
they
to
ask the
work
question.
without
Is
putting ourselves
they,
in financial strain. Like
they,
that, like 2 months without work will put most of us in a financial strain. Like, can
most
you admit
Americans
that?
can't deal with a. Most Americans can't
But
deal with
he don't
$1,000
even understand the statistic when you talk about on average. When you average it out, right? You understand that, right? That's where the 80% come from. Do you understand that?
You in that
When you
80%
average what?
somewhere.
No, I don't. I don't know.
Now,
I don't know what
look,
you mean.
See, you don't understand what I'm saying again.
American Dream. You might not
Hold
be
on.
at the
Y'all
bottom of
explaining
that
to me.
80%, right? But you in that 8, you could be at the top end. You might be a little bit more better off than the lower people at the bottom of that. You feel me? But you would still fall in that range. Him saying check to check
hold on.
is making you uncomfortable. Corey, don't say check to check. That's making him uncomfortable.
But that's the reality of it, though.
But he probably feels as though he's doing financially a little bit better than living check to check. He might feel like, yo, I can go 5 months. You know what I mean? And all my bills will be paid up, and I'll still be good. He think that you know what I mean? You got to couch that a little better for people.
No, but see, I don't like to. I don't like couching it better because the thing is, that's what it is on average. That's what it is on average.
Chef, if what you said is true, that means I don't belong in the 80%. If I can go 5 months without working, then that means I cannot belong in the 80% that live check to check.
Average all Americans out. Do you understand? See, this is why I'm asking you again. When they asked you in 3rd grade about average, when they told you to add up all the numbers and then divide by the numbers, right? And then you get an average.
So I have to pretend as if my income is the average income?
No, we're talking about Americans here. I was talking. This is why I keep telling you I don't give a fuck about you, because I'm talking about Americans in general.
But I'm an American in general. I'm an American in general. What you mean I'm not American?
Listen.
You mean I'm not American? I'm as American as apple pie.
I forgot he was a troll and he wasn't for real. And I'm getting frustrated.
I'm trolling now. My name is American Dream. Y'all gonna tell me I'm not American? Y'all bugging.
I forgot, and I took him, and for half a second, I thought I took him serious for like a half second, and he just reminded me.
I don't understand why.
I appreciate.
I don't even understand why this is even an issue. I don't live check. You made a statement.
Fine.
You claim that I'm in the 80%, and I said I'm not.
You don't. You
were telling me
you're not.
You're not.
And you're right. And you're right. And I was wrong. I apologize. I apologize.
The reason you even brought that up.
I'm on national TV apologizing.
I accept your apology. I accept your apology. But the reason you were even bringing it up is to make some
wrong reasons. It was for wrong reasons.
And what I'm telling you is the
whatever
point
I was bringing up. If I was wrong, whatever reason I was bringing it up for was for a wrong reason. It was a wrong accusation, and I should have never, ever brought that to you. And I apologize.
Apology accepted, Corey.
Appreciate
apology
that.
accepted.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate. I accept your apology too, Dumbo.
You didn't even have to, but you found it in your heart.
I know. I definitely accept your apology.
I really do appreciate you doing that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Heather, bitch ass, nigga. I don't fuck with you like that. I'm not. I am not.
You call me a tether. Yo, where the hell did that come from?
It's a lot that I can learn from Corey. It's a lot that I can learn from guys over here. I like how y'all move. But you a troll. I treat you like a troll when I see you from the get go.
I'm a troll. Which one am I? I'm a troll or a tether?
Let's try to have a real conversation. Like with you, no, you ain't earned it, nigga. You little.
You ain't. I ain't earned the right to speak to dumb. I haven't earned the right to speak to dumb.
You little.
I haven't earned the right to speak to dumbo. Isn't that something?
Little. You're not tall enough, bro. You're not tall enough. You're not tall enough, right?
Okay, but
you didn't pick up on Miss Pemberton, right? When she told you to add the numbers up.
Miss
right?
Pemberton.
Yeah, absolutely. When she told you about averages and shit, man. She fucked up. Like Miss Pemberton, I don't know what she was doing.
Y'all just mad that I don't
listened to her.
Checking y'all do.
Yeah, I know. I'm a poor nigga.
Y'all just mad.
I'm a broke poor nigga. Yeah.
And I don't know how you broke, Corey. You got a whole construction company. You got a construction company and you broke, bro.
Oh, broke nigga.
And you in the 80%.
Living check to check.
Because I know it ain't
why. It's
nothing but
wild.
push.
I don't know how. I don't know
You should be
how.
doing
I
better
know
for
it ain't
yourself.
nothing but push.
I should be. I should
You should be
be.
doing better for yourself.
Absolutely should be.
Good luck.
Absolutely.
To be honest, this speaks to.
Because I know it ain't nothing.
I mean, it
This
ain't no
speaks
luck
to-
for me. I'm already a middle-aged man. I mean, what else? If I'm fucked up now, I mean, I think that's pretty much how it's gonna be, right?
Yeah. It sucks to be
But
you.
it's certain. To be for real, it's certain ideological positions that niggas hold that make them ops. Like it's like I know how like we live in this like political correct society where it's like, well, we should be able to dialogue, right? Like how niggas acted about Charlie Kirk and how it was like,
Right,
well, he was
right.
just dating, he wasn't. But where I feel like we didn't fucked up is we didn't let these people act as if any of this shit is a real conversation. Like any of this shit is debatable. The impact of conservative
Everything
policy
ring
on
it
black communities is not fucking debatable. It's empirical. And the only people who play the game about like trying to parse through, like, well, if you look at it this way, is people who are disconnected from the actual experience of Black America. But most of these people don't like Black people. Let's be for real. Like most of these people have a perception of Blackness that given to them through a white epistemology. So it's like, of course, they're gonna find reasons to blame Black people, to say it's their fault, because the underlying conversation when niggas is like, oh, you can't blame conservatives or you can't blame the white man, they're denying and ignoring the historical relationship, and not even just the historical relationship, but how disadvantages are compounded. Every year that racial discrimination still happens adds on to the years where it happened in the past. So it's like when we try to pretend as if it's like, oh, well, it's 2026 and people are still talking about racism. It's because racism still persists. And the way that things are shaped today is based on that. Like there is no real conversation about the political benefit to Black people, the economic benefit to Black people. But it's Black people who then maybe you got a little bit of success and you don't live paycheck to paycheck. Or you made it out the hood and you got a good job and you living in the suburbs. That don't change the circumstances of what people that still, like my people still live in the hood. I don't live in the hood, but my people still do. When I pay my granny property tax, that shit is in the ghetto. So I for me, I can't disconnect myself simply because I'm in a better financial position than where I grew up, that I disconnect myself from that experience. I can't say when I'm thinking about politics and looking at a ballot that, well, my pockets to cast the ballot, just me, cast the ballot. That's why I say a lot of these kind of, like people like American Dream and like that Thunder nigga, like they just real. To be honest, it's they real fucked up people. Like from an ethics standpoint and the way that we look at humanity, if they really fucked up people. Most like I won't say most conservatives, but conservatives that be on the type of shit that they be on really just be fucked up people. At the end of the day, like if you can look at income inequality and be like, well, I ain't broke, you fucked up. If you can look at voter suppression and disenfranchisement, and find ways to negotiate why that's okay, you fucked up. That's why I really don't mind. I get a little bit more antagonistic when I'm engaging with those people because I'm always gonna give you the intellectual conversation first. But once I see that your politics is centered around the subjugation, accepting the subjugation and the oppression of other people, you are op. Period. There is no valuable conversation for us to have. Because while you trying to downplay the experiences of people that look like me, while you try to downplay deaths, while you try to downplay poverty, while you try to downplay food insecurity, home insecurity, food deserts and shit like that, just to be like, oh, but the Democrats, yeah, you are controlled opposition. You in the way. And me, what I do in my life is dedicated to that for real. This ain't just a YouTube conversation for me. Bachelor's in political science, master's in human relations with a focus of diversity, equity, and strategic impact.
It might as well be basket weaving, nigga. What kind of goddamn degrees is those?
But you can't get it.
I'm boasted ass. I got both
but
types
you
of
can't
degrees.
Get it.
And I tell you
But
one
you
thing,
can't
it ain't
get
in them basket weaving
But you
motherfucking
can't get
majors
it.
you got.
But
What
you
did
can't
you
get
say
it.
your major was?
But you can't get it.
Diversity?
But you can't get
My
it.
man.
You can't.
My man.
But you can't.
You got
But you can't.
got basket weaving as your
But you
as
can't
for
get
a
it.
degree. Your
But you
degree
can't
is
get
in
it.
basket weaving.
But you can't get it. But you can't get it.
You think not?
But you can't get
You
it.
think I don't?
Yeah.
Hold on.
But you can't
You
get.
think I don't have a master's degree?
But you can't get it. You can't get what I got.
Dumbass.
You can't get what I got.
I don't want to get
Well,
a
hold on. So
master's
what's
degree
your
in
master's
diversity.
degree in? What's your master's degree
Tell us
in?
what yours is in. Tell us what yours is
What's your
in.
well, I just told you. What is your master's in?
My master's degree is in finance. What's yours?
It's in fucking
Tell us again.
finance. It's
Tell
in
us again.
fucking finance. It's
You're
in fucking
that's not what
finance.
you
Stop
just
playing with
said.
me, man. Stop
That's
playing
not
with me.
what you just said. What did you just say?
But here's the thing, though. Here's the
What did
uniqueness
you
of this,
just
though.
say?
Is this
What did you
conversation
just
talking
say
about
it was in,
finance?
Dumbo?
No.
Dumbo,
Is this
stop
conversation
lying.
talking about finance?
You just
No.
said your master's degree.
Right now, we're talking
is
about
in
what my master's
public
degree is
something
actually
and
in.
diversity.
We're talking about what I actually study. We're not talking about what you study. We're talking about
You're
what I actually
lying,
study.
bro. You're lying.
I'm lying about
You
what?
got
I'm lying about having a degree. I'm lying about having a
What's your
master's.
master's degree in? What's your master's degree in?
It's human relations with a focus of diversity, equity, and strategic impact.
Human relations.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a
What
waste
exactly?
of time.
What are we
Bro.
talking about right now?
That's a
What are we
waste
talking about
of
right now?
time.
This is Dunning
So you
Kruger.
got
What
a
are we
master's
talking about right
degree.
now?
So
What are
this
we
is what
talking
you got a
about right
master's.
now?
You got a master's degree
What
to
are we
come on
talking
YouTube
about
and talk
right
to
now? We're
me.
not talking finance.
You
We're not
went
talking
to school
finance.
to get a master's degree
We're
to go
not
on
talking
YouTube and run
finance.
your mouth.
We're not talking finance.
No,
We're not talking finance.
what you
So
what you got a master's degree in.
what you're talking about, even if there is some place where you have expertise, it's not this.
School
You're
to get a
stupid in
master's
this.
degree so you could go on
You're not
YouTube.
accountant, but you're stupid.
Have you
in this.
noticed everybody else on YouTube don't have a master's degree, but you went to get a
I
master's
don't
degree to come on YouTube?
I don't give a
That's
fuck.
stupid, bro. Your name really
I
is
don't give a fuck. Nigga. Please.
Yo, you didn't need a master's
Nigga talking
degree to
about,
come
bro,
on
listen.
YouTube, dumbo. Dumbo.
Who said you do? Who said you do? Who said this is my career? Who said this is my career?
Your master's, you just said.
Who said, but no. I said, who said,
what am I doing?
Who said YouTube?
You act like it is.
Who said YouTube is my career?
You act like
no,
it is.
you're just a fan. You're just a fan. You
You
follow
act
me
like
around. That's
I
all that
follow
is.
you
You
around.
follow me on YouTube. You a fan. That's all that
You
is.
right, man.
You wish you want to be me on YouTube. That's what it is. You want to be like
You're
a nigga
right.
like me on YouTube, but you're a lame.
You're right.
You're a weirdo. Nobody you
yeah.
have no. Nobody's like, hey, American Dream. Like, let's do because who gives a fuck about what you think? You bring nothing. You bring even on YouTube. Think about this. You got a master's in finance and you're worthless on YouTube.
You got a master's degree in picking cotton.
Can somebody please laugh? Can somebody please laugh? Can somebody please laugh with this nigga?
Master's degree in picking cotton.
Can somebody please laugh with this nigga? This is exactly why he's a tether. And that's why when these bitch ass niggas be like, oh, can we just have the conversation? No, I don't fuck with you. We can start here every time. We never have to go to let's just have a conversation. We can start with the straight disrespect from the get-go. Cause I don't fuck with niggas like you. I don't fuck with niggas that make cotton picking jokes. That's what makes you a bitch ass nigga.
Master's degree.
That's what makes you a bitch ass nigga. See?
Okay.
This is what makes you a bitch ass nigga. Let him do this shit. Let him, because he ain't making nobody look bad but his damn self. Cause y'all know how these niggas do, right? Niggas get disrespectful, then tomorrow they hit the panel and be like, well, let's just have the conversation. No, it's not that. You are a nigga that niggas know to be a straight out lame weirdo. You show up from place to place and get repeatedly disrespected.
I got a real master's degree.
On YouTube. On YouTube.
I got a real
on
master's
YouTube.
degree.
Come on.
On YouTube.
I have
on
a
YouTube.
real master's degree.
I have a real master's degree.
I have a real master's degree.
A human relations degree is a professional degree. What are you talking about?
What
Unless
type
you
of work
didn't know
do
that.
you do?
Unless you didn't know that. Unless you didn't know that.
What type of work do you do with your human relations degree? Hold on. What type of work you do? What type of work
I do
you
a lot.
I do a lot. I'm a government. What is that?
I'm a government consultant. I'm a government consultant, and I work in family law. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I actually consult. I consult local government. I consult local government on their equity policy. Yeah, I do.
This nigga touched.
I mean, you can look up my LinkedIn. I have a LinkedIn. You can look up my LinkedIn. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait, but wasn't
this shit is not hard, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying about niggas. So hold on, here's the thing. Niggas want to talk real life, right? Niggas want to talk real life. I don't hide myself. Niggas know my real name. This nigga has a moniker. This nigga wears a mask. I don't have to hide. Don't ask me nothing. Like I already told you, you a bitch ass nigga. I don't fuck with you. Don't ask me shit about equity, you hoe ass nigga. Don't ask me shit about equity, you bitch ass nigga. I don't know why you trying to. I don't know why you trying to have. I don't know why you trying to have a conversation.
You're gonna have to get the new.
I don't know why you trying to have a conversation. You a bitch ass nigga. You a bitch ass nigga. Regardless. You a bitch ass. Like you scared. You scared to show your face. What the fuck are we talking about? How lame are you? How lame are you? You are scared to show your face.
With a mask.
That's because I got a real degree.
This nigga want to talk, bro.
That's because I have a real degree.
His moniker got a mask.
That's because I have a
on
real
it.
degree.
That's wild, though.
Hold on.
I got a mask with a real degree.
That's because these niggas is scared. They come on the internet. Come on the internet.
I come on the internet
with a
real degree.
They come on the internet and they have to hide who they have to hide who they are.
A particle physicist. If I had a moniker with a mask, I'd be like, nigga, I'm a particle physicist, nigga.
Exactly. These niggas can say anything. These niggas can say anything. Oh, I have a degree. Niggas know niggas steam my shit. Like niggas know. Niggas that scared to show they face.
Listen, if I had a moniker with a mask, nigga, I'll be like,
I bet $1 million.
I just left CERN. I just left the CERN fucking particle collider,
nigga.
Corey, you
ain't even got a bill. You ain't even got a better million.
I do, yeah. I always do.
Get out the room. I'm gonna do what this nigga gonna do.
Mason is a very.
I'm gonna do what this nigga won't do. Watch this. I'm leaving the office. I'm leaving the office right now. I'm gonna show you where I work. I'm leaving the office right now. Watch this.
Don't show where you work. Don't do that.
No. I'm not gonna show. I'm gonna show him.
You finna show a moniker with a mask.
Y'all don't do one man.
Just so niggas know, bro. These niggas. I really just gotta show these niggas what it really is.
The moniker got a mask. You know what I'm
Corey,
saying?
are you hiring?
Always, absolutely.
Domo needs a job. He doesn't have any good type of degree.
I don't think Domo,
he doesn't have a degree worth anything, but just give him a job.
When did American Dream get here?
You gotta go. You had to have went to public school to work. Domo went to the nice school. I could tell by the way Domo talk. He went to them nice schools and shit.
Who is this?
He a little bit too smart to pour concrete.
Person asking when I got
in the classroom. They got the good education.
Right.
Who is this big face person asking when I got here?
Food breaks and shit. You know, we only got lunch.
Hey, what's going on, American Dream? What's going on?
Hey, who are you? You know me? I don't know you. Who are you?
Man, you do know.
Don't nobody know you. We just know your moniker with the mask on. We know your moniker with the mask on.
Don't do that, man.
Doing my homie American Dream like that. Come on, man. Y'all respect
your homie Smalls.
I fuck with American Dream. That's my nigga right there.
No, he's from California. Small.
Nah, that's just my homie, man. That's my homie. Y'all can't do him like that. Come on, Dream.
Hey, but I never even thought about it.
Why you got on?
Hey, yeah. No, we can't do that.
Why you got on that goddamn Chiefs hat? That's what I want.
Yeah, that's what I'm on. Yeah, I'm on that, Brad.
I don't care where you work at. Why you got that Chiefs hat on, though?
Hey, Brad.
It's supposed to be a Bears.
I ain't even get to talk
shout out
to
to Domo. Don't listen to these niggas.
Yeah, we fuck with
I
Domo.
thought you were from the Chi
What are we talking about?
Domo.
What are we talking
figure
about?
out why the hell he got on that Chiefs. I can't even see Domo. All I see is
on me.
I'm trying to see Domo, but all I see is that.
I thought you was from the Chi. I thought Domo was from the Chi, man. I thought you.
Nah, born and raised Kansas City, man. Born and raised.
Oh man, come on, man.
Yeah.
Y'all cannot do the political plug like that, man. Listen, while y'all trying to do my man Domo like that, man.
I thought me and Domo was gonna have like a fruitful connection, pause. But damn, what the Eagles did to them damn, what the Eagles just did to them damn Chiefs in the Super Bowl, ain't no way me and him can be friends. I know that.
Hey, no, listen. Only reason I'm cool with the Eagles winning. Listen, I'm cool with two things. I'm cool with the Eagles winning the Super Bowl for two reasons. One, y'all had to get the get back. We already got the dub. We had to get the get back. And two, Jalen Hurts is a graduate of the University of Oklahoma, sir.
That's a fact.
Boomer fucking sooner.
That's a fact.
Boomer fucking sooner.
That's a fact.
You know
Hey,
what I mean?
you and DQ gonna have a good conversation because that man Longhorns till he die.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, that
it's
man.
up, nigga.
Wait till DQ come in. That man is Longhorns.
Oklahoma, ain't you?
You said what?
Ain't you Oklahoma?
Yeah, I'm
graduated.
No,
Who graduated from OU? Who?
No, Tuck live in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Okay, but hold on. But hold on. Who you fucking with though? Is you riding with the Sooners?
Everybody in Oklahoma don't fuck with them Sooners. That's a fact.
Yeah, I like the Sooners. You know, CD Lamb. You know, boys like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, well you good.
I'm a Cowboy fan.
Yeah. He like CD Lamb not because of no fucking Sooners. He like CD Lamb because he on the Cowboys. I know what the hell.
Yeah.
Well, nah, but you know that's what. But the Cowboys always draft OU players though.
Yeah, they do get a lot of OU players.
I just really don't care about college football until they make it to the pros. I really don't.
Okay.
If you're not a good enough pro prospect, I really don't care about you. But some people come and they do all right. They do all right from OU. So
y'all trade everybody else that's good in college. Shit.
Don't do that.
Ask Michael Parsons. That motherfucker.
Hey, don't do that. Why would you?
He one of the greatest linebackers in history. Y'all got rid of his ass in 3 years.
Yeah, but why you do that? That don't have nothing to do with OU. That don't have nothing to do with nothing. Why
You
do that, bro?
you said if you do good in college. I heard you, bro. I heard every word you said.
I like for you to play for the Cowboys. I didn't say nothing about ownership. I didn't say nothing about that, man.
Give me back Caleb Downs.
I've been talking about the safety.
Caleb Downs to Philadelphia.
I've been talking about the safety position, but you didn't like safety. You said you pick a whole bunch of other people.
I might not like
we
safety.
just helped y'all. We just helped y'all fleece Pittsburgh though. So you should be a Cowboy fan a little bit too.
They still waiting on Aaron Rodgers. It ain't that difficult to fleece them idiots.
No, but y'all
they holding up their whole season on the damn.
We let y'all move up. We let y'all move up and get Mekhi Lemon. We let y'all move up.
Oh yeah, we appreciate that.
So that's why I said you should be a Cowboy fan too.
Yeah, fuck no. I cut out both my eyes. I can't even watch y'all motherfuckers play unless y'all play. Crazy.
You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. You want the Eagles. You want the Eagles Cowboys in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, hell yeah, that'd be a great day. Yeah.
That'd be the money being made.
That'd be a great day. Hey, let's chill out, folks. Let's chill out. We talk about football. That's allergic to the conscious community. You can't talk about sports.
Yeah, they like space. They like spacecrafts and shit.
These motherfuckers
Them
want to be
niggas
off. They want to be off in Planet Risk and Mount Olympus and shit.
Yeah,
We
right.
can't talk about the goddamn Cowboys versus the Eagles.
Nah, or the conscious community niggas that hit you with the man, y'all up there watching it, nigga. That's modern day slavery. Nigga.
Yeah,
Y'all
yeah,
watching
that's
the
the auction block. Man, shut your ass up. Motherfucker creating more millionaires than your ass could create. Just create
Right, but this is a
millionaire.
This is a game. That's all this is. What you
You gotta have some. Every great society needs some form of entertainment. I see a lot. That combine, I saw about 20, 25 black millionaires being created, multi-millionaires.
Absolutely. Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles in them movies.
What y'all talking about?
Hey, look, I don't know if y'all be fucking with the debates, but
that's why I said, hey, we've been trying to get you over here for that.
Okay, because we got a debate coming up on.
We've been trying to get you over here for that so we can have better conversations, not this not bullshit. And they was telling me that
I'm a reformed crash out. I'm a reformed crash out. So the crash out today was kind of just like, you know, it just so in some conversations they just got to get
a little bit of crash out.
Don't be a quitter.
I just need to know. I need to know when you put on a suit. You know how to act around good white folk, Corey. I need to know when you put on your Easter vest. You know how to act around good white folk. That's all I need to know.
Oh yeah.
If you got a little crash out there, you'll sound good.
I'm the reason Dumbo crashed. It's me.
Corey,
I'm allergic to bitch ass niggas. I ain't gonna lie. I'm definitely allergic to bitch ass niggas.
That's just the right sprinkle of crash out.
How you live with yourself?
Dream, y'all be clowning Dream, but you gotta understand, Dream he actually really enjoys fighting everybody on the motherfucking
path. He ain't got no fucking friends.
That's when he's in heaven. He's in
It'd
heaven
be
when
cool.
he fighting.
That's why I'm trying to tell Thunder though. Like it'd be cool if you.
I ain't got no
like,
friends, and you ain't got a real degree, nigga. You go get a degree.
Okay, bro.
Human relations, my ass.
Okay, Mr. Moniker. Okay, Mr. American Dream.
Scammed.
Okay, nigga.
You got scammed.
Nigga, you AI.
I was telling Thunder like
diversity. You got a minor in diversity.
It's fine, like to do the troll thing or whatever, but
dumbo to dumbass.
Like, you gotta make it a little more interesting. Because even I troll sometimes, right? But I troll a lot, like, but a lot of times, like, people wouldn't even know that, like, they take me serious when I'm trolling, right?
Right.
Because, like, I even, like, when I'm trolling, like, I even convince myself, like, yo, that this is the path I'm taking, or I actually agree with this part, or whatever it is that I'm trolling on, right? And so it actually makes the conversation interesting if you